minutes in the lead up to 9 a.m., and because you're all towels. All right, so there we go. My name's Grant Smith-Ellis. Good morning. Before we begin the chaotic day, I think everything is set up. Let us roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
Gotta love it, little towels. That's it. That's a melody to Funky Town. All right, hello. That's me. Hey, that's me. I'm a little towel. Good morning. How are you all doing? All right, we don't need that up yet, but that was me. I'm a little towel. My name's Grant Smith-Ellis. It's so good to see you all. Now, we're very early, okay? We're not just early. Early would be an understatement. We are very early for coverage of today's 9 a.m. Michael Proctor cell phone hearing, and then also related to the Brian Walshe case, which is going to have a voir dire. We're not going to watch that. And then if the Proctor hearing is done by 10, we'll switch over to the Walshe hearing. And then I have some things to say. All right, I finally got a good night's rest. I don't have anything else on my mind today. I got other things to think about going forward in terms of life and starting up work and all the paperwork with that and et cetera, et cetera. However, I have some things to say this morning. And I got a good night's rest. I don't know about you all. I went to bed, I don't know, around 7, 6 last night. Woke up pretty early this morning. Got caught up on the European papers. Started trying to debate Rep. Thomas Massie about his proposals to the NDAA, which I think undercut American influence on the world scene and helped the BRICS, which I didn't like. And, you know, took a look at the futures markets and just kind of checked around, saw what the NYT was complaining about. They were complaining about the strikes on the narco traffickers. Just kind of getting a sense of the world as I opened my eyes this morning. And as is often the case with these streams, we're mostly going to focus on trial coverage. Now, I've been under so much stress for so many years, just constantly trying to get through law school, that even on days where you were like listening to me stream, that was only like 80% of my attention. Like my brain was always somewhere else. Now I can just talk. So who knows what I'm going to have to say? Who knows what we're going to cover? All I know is I'm a little towel. So I think we should start with the overnight developments. Obviously, Matthew Farwell. So maybe it was useful. That's why I had my Twitter up. I was like, maybe it is useful to have the Twitter up after all if I'm going to go through overnight developments. So let's go ahead and talk about that. Let's start with the Matthew Farwell development. I don't think a lot of people understand this. It's so much deeper than it looks. And then we'll watch my video about the chart. Why I love my video about the chart. And the chart has so much relevance right now because this is all crescendoing. I don't even need to be in one of those like towel moods because this is all crescendoing and I don't have to do a damn thing. All right? I'm just going to watch this all unfold because all of the networks are collapsing. All of the different moles are losing their mind. And listen, I'm never going to say to someone when they approach me and say, hey, what do you think about this data point? You know, does this change how you think about this? I'm always going to listen, and I hope other people will do the same with what I present. But the reality is this situation has got so out of control in terms of the online sort of drama related to the Turtle Boy situation, et cetera, et cetera. And I truly believe that peeling back all the layers of that convoluted glass onion, what you find is the very overlapping concentric social circles of influence, which in my chart, where's my chart? There's my chart. Always got to have the chart. Well, it's not on top, but the point is always got to have the chart, which I have predicted for a long time. All right. It's all coming together. Matthew Farwell, the death penalty went off the table yesterday in his case related to Sandra Birchmore. Okay. Why is that a big deal? Well, because one, President Trump, when he came into office, you really got to understand the political constellation of that time period. One, he didn't like that Biden's DOJ didn't pursue the death penalty. Why? I don't know. I'm a Catholic, okay? So, to me, it's a very complex question, okay? But as a Catholic, I'm not going to superimpose my religious views on the state. All right. So if the state or the government decides the death penalty is an appropriate sanction, I'm not going to override that because of my personal religious views. I think President Biden felt the other way. He was like, I'm a Catholic. It's wrong for the state to kill people. So he didn't have the DOJ do the death penalty at all. President Trump, when he came into office, a big focus of his administration was bringing back the federal death penalty, which they did. The other thing is, you also got to understand President Trump's, in my opinion, sort of approach to law enforcement misconduct. I wouldn't exactly say he loves exposing it. His DOJ definitely came in early 2025 and like ended a bunch of consent decrees. These are like agreements between police and the DOJ Civil Rights Division, like how police departments will operate to avoid discrimination. They ended a bunch of those, like 6 of them. They basically broke up the Public Integrity Unit, which kept track of that kind of stuff within the FBI. It's called the Public Integrity Section of the DOJ, but there's a Public Integrity Unit within the FBI that works with the Public Integrity Section. The DOJ has like 75 sections. It's a lot. The point is, although they had this reduced priority, or not even reduced priority, a reduced inclination to go after cops, the new DOJ, they also, again, had the death penalty on the table. And Farwell wasn't one of those cops like who was on the job and like arrested someone and beat them. No, this was someone who abused their position as a police officer to groom an underage child, potentially with help from other cops. And then because he thought he impregnated Sandra, which wasn't true, he then killed Sandra to stop her from having the baby. Wild. It turns out that another person was the father of Sandra's baby. We don't actually know, her unborn 8 to 10 week old baby boy. We don't know who the father is yet. Now, why is this so just chaotic? Well, because taking the death penalty off the table, it doesn't just mean like the DOJ determined it wasn't appropriate. That's one option. I don't think that's likely here at all. What it means, in my opinion, is that he's cooperating and he doesn't want to get the death penalty. It's very obvious he killed Sandra Birchmore. He's on video at her apartment at the time of her death when her phone stopped working. He was texting her that day, as was Robert Devine, another police officer. Devine was a school resource officer in, I think, Stoughton, and he knew Matthew Farwell and Farwell's brother Billy Farwell, and Billy Farwell was some kind of cop, and he's now out in Nevada, and he got a domestic violence charge in January of 2025, which Ida Lee reported on X. Okay, so Farwell's very obviously guilty. Okay, like the evidence is very strong. The only real question is who lied, not just Sandra, but who convinced Farwell that he was the father of Sandra's child? Who told Farwell that if he did this, nothing would ever happen? And then how did John Fanning, a state trooper assigned to Brian Tully's state police unit, write a report that exonerated Farwell despite a litany of evidence that you can find on page 99 through 102 of the 2025 Canton Police Department audit report? How in God's name did Fanning, who was Tully's law enforcement partner of 20 years, Brian Tully, the unit commander, who was right above the sergeant, Yuri Buchanan, who then oversaw like Proctor and Tully and Nick Garino and DeChico, etc., etc. How did that happen? How did John Fanning write a report in 2021 or 2022 exonerating Matthew Farwell and saying Sandra died as a result of self-harm? We don't really know. We got to figure it out. Part of figuring that out is putting this all together. And I think Matthew Farwell cooperating would be the kind of thing that would explain why the U.S. DOJ, why the DOJ in Boston, with Pam Bondi's permission, the U.S. Attorneys General, would do the kind of thing, for example, that we just saw here, which is take the death penalty off the table. If Farwell cooperates, folks have to understand, there's strong evidence, in my opinion, that multiple whistleblowers from the Canton PD, not just former Chief Berkowitz, but another person in the Canton PD, who potentially put in writing something to Mike Morrissey about the cover-up, Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA, about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by Tully's MSP unit and people connected with the Stoughton cops who knew Matt Farwell. I think it's very possible that those people went to the FBI, at least Ken Berkowitz. And that sparked the May 2022 public corruption grand jury that ran for a long time. And I believe that its primary purpose, not just with the CDL scandal, not just looking into John O'Keefe's death, I think its primary purpose was to get the unit around Michael Morrissey, that MSP unit. And I think the reason why is that there really was a there related to Sandra Birchmore's death. Okay? So I want to play this video about my chart because I think in light of yesterday's news, this is huge. All right, we'll talk a little bit more about all the other stuff flying around. But the first thing we're going to do is watch a video about the chart. Why? Because you're not going to understand any of the developments about Proctor's phone. You're not going to understand, in my opinion, the convoluted nature of why Proctor's phone being withheld, or Proctor saying he got rid of it, didn't have, and then his new phone deleted. He got rid of it in 2024, and then his new phone auto-deleted every 30 days. That's going to come up at the 9 a.m. hearing. We got to figure out and talk about why that's such a big deal, and it only makes sense why it's such a big deal if the FBI and DOJ were monitoring this unit, and not just about Sandra Birchmore, but about a bunch of different things, including potentially testing Michael Proctor to see if he would withhold information about other criminal cases, like the Walshe case or the Miles King case that we're going to hear about today, etc. And if so, would he do it in writing to a judge, and then would that be an obstruction trap? That's the question we got to answer, all right? So these are the big sort of questions. Then why was Kate Peter, a PI who worked for a guy named Marty Kraft, who has connections to like Southie, et cetera, and this big PI firm with lots of connections to different police departments. Why was Kate Peter basically running, in my opinion, moles who were pretending to be pro Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, and oftentimes using me and Lindsay Gattani like attacks on both of us, either or both, to get credibility with those Turtle Boy fans and Karen Reed fans? Why was Kate Peter doing that? And why are all of those moles, like the last deep cover moles, being exposed right now? And does it have to do with the new filings in the Turtle Boy case related to hidden discovery? And you know what? Maybe that's what we should talk about first. All right, I want to talk about why I think the Sandra Birchmore case and the Norfolk DA withholding discovery in the Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney case related to Kate Peter are interconnected. All right, so let me just bring up this image first. All right, let me just click this. All right, and let me readjust this. Hold on one second, because you're not going to be able to see the whole image, but it will at least give you part of the image. All right, see what I mean? It's a little hard to see, but we'll review this, okay? Now, there is something to be said about this series of events, okay? Between 2024 and 2025, July 2025, so between October, October of 2024 and July of 2025, which is a long time, Robert Cosgrove spends time going through 5,000 emails involving Kate Peter, Brian Tully, and Ken Mello. He methodically goes through them. He turns them over to Mark Betterow, Aiden Kearney's lawyer, in July of 2025. Betterow's like, wait, 4,000 pages of these are blank, bro. What are you doing? Cosgrove goes through them again by hand, turns them over. Now, among those 5,000 pages of discovery, the pats are back. Moles are just really long-term gumas. That's a very specific word, pats are back. But focusing back on this. So the search happens, and the 5,000 pages get turned over eventually from Cosgrove to Betterow. Now, a few months later, okay, like we're talking closer to like November, October of 2025, Lindsay Gattani, through a Betterow filing and then on social media, reveals that there was a February 14, 2024 email from Kate Peter to Ken Mello that was explosive, directly related to Kate giving like strategy for the legal prosecution of Aiden Kearney, that was not turned over in those 5,000 emails. Then, a few days later, the Norfolk DA, through Robert Cosgrove, files an updated notice of discovery on December 3rd in Kearney's cases, saying that Kate Peter sent an email on May 8th that was now being turned over by the state, Kate Peter to Ken Mello. The problem is, one, that was not May 8th. That's wrong. It was February 14th. And the other issue is that that was never turned over, despite Cosgrove attesting to an extensive search. This was withheld. Okay? It's bombshell. So, if you want to think about why there's so much drama and chaos going on in the context of the Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney case, this is the reason. Okay? It's because all of it's coming together. Kate had a lot of connections to people who had something to hide about the Birchmore case. So, when she went balls to the wall for them, her reward was they went balls to the wall for her. Okay, it's the thing that makes the most sense. It explains the leak of Lindsay Catani's cell phone extraction. It explains why it happened in April of 2024. It explains why Kate was going around in May of 2024 saying to some of her, who I believe were moles, that she would work with them because she didn't like me. All right, and why was May of 2024 a big deal? Well, in April of 2024, Brian Tully leaked Lindsay Catani's phone extraction, and Lindsay's very smart and got through it. But for me being around, I don't think both of us would have put together that it was Tully who, with Kate's help, who leaked that phone extraction. I figured it out right away. Nobody believed me, but I was like, I just know. Like, I knew a little bit too much about how everything was playing out, and I was like, no, this was on purpose. Then we come to find out the extraction was edited to remove messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate to Lindsay, and an audio file sent by Leah Genduso as an attachment to Lindsay, where Leah recorded herself and sent it to Lindsay. That was also removed. All about the case, all right? And then 15 years of Lindsay's unredacted information was released by Tully. I think Kate hated me because that was part of a larger plan. I don't know. I hate to even say it, but I feel like Kate's angle, and this is just my opinion, but it's so dark, and it really breaks me to even say it. I think they wanted Kate and the people in her orbit, Lindsay, to take her life so that they could point to it and be like, see what Aidan Kearney does to people? Like, he caused her to take her life. It didn't work, okay? It didn't work for a few reasons, and also it was an absurd strategy. One, she's very strong, okay? Two, she's very smart, Lindsay. Three, I think the variable was that I was involved and I was able to see it, and that's the origin of Kate's resentment. Furthermore, though, I think it's not fascinating, it's horrifying. The dynamic of this, where there would be fake accounts pretending to support Turtle Boy and Karen Reed, who would go after Lindsay, and then Turtle Boy wouldn't know where it was coming from, in my opinion, but he'd be like, oh, this is going after Lindsay, I should talk to these people. Those people were actually close to Kate, and whether using fake accounts or real accounts, just talking to Aidan, pretending to be in his corner, so that Aidan would be like, oh, okay, I'll talk to you, or you can work in this group, or you can work with this person. All right, who's the most damaging possible mole, if that is true? Meredith. Come on, she's from Southie. She just shows up out of nowhere. She had some connection to Canton. Folks got to look more into Meredith's connection to Canton. There's something there. I don't know exactly what it is. But if you poke around, no pun intended, with the turtle thing, I think you'll find that Meredith has something to do with Canton. And Meredith didn't just show up. Meredith has always known Kate. A lot of people, I did a poll the other day, and it actually got a substantial amount of votes. And the question was, I'll bring it up for you before we go into the video I want to watch about the chart. The poll the other day was pretty interesting. It was about whether Meredith is a mole, and I'll just show you the results right here. So there's about 300 votes, maybe a little more or less, and 33% said they felt Meredith had become a mole recently. 32% said Meredith is just not a mole for Kate. 20.5% said Meredith was always a mole, and 14.1% just said popcorn emoji 3 times. Now, I don't exactly know how to interpret the popcorn emoji response. All I know is that before you have an indication, a non-scientific towel poll, showing that there is the plurality response, not the majority, but the answer with the most choices was Meredith had recently become Kate's mole. That's what people were thinking. Or that's what is sort of the common, you could say, perception if we're polling this. But if you think about the 24.5% of people who think Meredith was always a mole. Okay, first of all, that's how many people is that? That's 75 people that voted on this. What's 20% of 300? 1/5 of 300. What's 60 to 70 people? All right, that's good morning, Nancy. How are you, my dear friend? So that's 60 to 70 people, all right, that think Meredith was always a mole. If Meredith was always a mole, then that's why this is such a dangerous game, because first of all, a lot of people don't understand why I am so protective. One, why I don't indulge temporal inclinations, and two, why I'm so protective of my heart and whatever. Emotions and pursuing physical intimacy and all that are how every single high-value target in the history of humanity has been compromised. If they can't get you directly, they will get you through that kind of thing, and you have to be on guard all the time. What's the easiest way to insulate yourself from it? Okay, never, ever, ever chase that, okay, because you'll never thus be put into a honeypot, and also have no interest in it. If you don't care, if it is no part of your brain, you're never going to get honeypotted. If you focus on love, affection, partnership, like traditional things that are very normal, but you're in a high-value role, you're an HVT, high-value target, then you are going to get compromised. You're going to get compromised because you are going to not want to believe that someone who's saying the words, I love you, or I care about you, or I want to be with you, or sleeping with you, could be a mole. But that's the reason it works, all right? And it works very maliciously, and it hooks onto the limbic system and forces you to react from a primal perspective. Like your sex drive and your emotional response to situations, unless you are trained, will override your cognitive capacity to decision make, to see the full field, to whatever, and you will immediately get compromised. That's just how the brain works, okay? The brain is so powerful, and the emotions are so powerful, and their symbiosis is a matter of, it can either run rampant, completely unregulated, and you will constantly be a liability, or you can train your cognition, if you're an HVT, to suppress your urges, and then you won't be subject to compromise. That's what we had here. We had people who knew psychosocial conditioning and understood profiling. There's a very famous adage, it's not true, it's apocryphal, about the Israelis and the Americans after September 11th. And the adage is that the Americans went to the Israelis and said, how do we stop this from happening? And they went to the airport in Tel Aviv or whatever it was. And the Israelis said, okay, look, we have 4 checkpoints, and we're profiling people as they come in. And the Americans said back, this is apocryphal, oh, no, we can't do that. We don't want to group people by race. The Israelis looked at the Americans and said, okay, come back to us when you're serious. Because the Israelis weren't talking about profiling by race. That completely misses the point. They were talking about psychosocial profiling by virtue of like your demeanor, what you're wearing, the type of like clothes you have on, is facial recognition technology, your history, like real-time analysis of what you are. Okay, now they're doing it in a very advanced like airport context. They know you're coming. They can do a little background, but you're still showing up at a random time, basically. Going into the airport, they have to like monitor your movements through the airport. That's different. This is a way more refined psychosocial study of Aidan Kearney that was developed. Kate knew him best, clearly, before they fell apart. And then the state police and the powers that be use that psychosocial profile to get people in his orbit because they understand his strengths and weaknesses. And he compartmentalizes knowledge, but he also relies heavily on people around him. All you need to do is get one person that isn't loyal or that looks loyal but is really not. Wait till it inevitably falls apart. That person has cover. They go in public, start attacking Aiden, when in reality they were always aligned with Kate. Sanchez fits this profile. Meredith fits this profile. Now, there's variables to it. For example, Lindsay was an unwitting honeypot, and obviously is interested in exposing, in my opinion, what was done to her by Kate and people in her orbit as part of this plan. But there are definitely other people in that orbit that, in my opinion, were 100% on board with doing all of this. And the reason they were so effective is that Karen's a little more guarded. You can't just go up to Karen and be like, Karen, I love you, and like you're great, and she'll add you to her team. That's not happening. She's so guarded. She's so effective politically. It really is politics. People say it's not politics. Politics just means the intersection between the people who write laws, the legislature, the people who interpret laws, the judiciary, and the people who enforce laws, the executive, the DA, the governor, etc., the attorney general. Those are the branches of government. They all amalgamate together to form politics. Okay, politics is not what the legislature is talking about in a silo. Politics is not what the judiciary is doing in a silo. Politics is not what the executive's doing in a silo. It's the overlap between all those different domains and how they come to define the political sphere. All right, so everything is politics when we're talking about this, and anyone who says otherwise doesn't really understand how these different branches of government function. In particular, though, when we're talking about moles, this is a very common tactic in the intel world, which is why I know this is state-level intel, because it's sloppy. Kate isn't very good at it. They're bad at covering their tracks, but it's intel work. It's just plain intel work, rudimentary though it may be, and it's designed to run intel. So when I say intel work, I mean intelligence is, you got to understand its origins. It started in World War I, but it really flourished in World War II with the precursor to the CIA. And like, you have the Navy intelligence, Air Force intelligence, Army intelligence, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the CIA, the NSA. You have so many like defense related intelligence agencies that a lot of people think it's like this like high level refined art. It is when they're doing it. Okay, not to say they don't make mistakes, but they're really good. Okay, really, really top notch, best in the world. You cannot mess with them. That's why America is so good. Like so good at what it does, because its intelligence apparatus is the best in the world. Now there's threats to it, like competing undersea cables being built by China makes it hard for us to monitor, but we'll figure that out too. I promise you, we'll just hijack the cables and get the information. We're very good at gathering information. Why do you think nothing ever happens, really? We know this government, I'm not part of it, I'm just a towel. This government knows everything before it happens. They're seeing everything, the whole internet backbone, everything. They are monitoring it. That is why they're so good. State level intel is a different world, though. It's rudimentary. It's it involves the state police. It involves a little bit of vertical sort of asymptotic knowledge of federal intel tactics, because they do work on interagency task forces, but that is not the same. Okay, people think of it as adjacent, and they're right, and that means the state police have similar tactics to the feds. They don't. They just don't. And they're very much constrained by their resources, by the fact that they're on the state level. They probably don't have the same type of clearances that someone in the federal government has. They don't have the same type of contacts in the intelligence establishment. They might have some, but they don't have the same. And everything's compartmentalized. We've talked about this before with Oak Ridge and Los Alamos during the Manhattan Project. The way that you keep something secret from the population is you only let certain people know, and that's why this picture is so convoluted, because if only certain circles know certain things, no one's going to see the full picture. That's how federal intel works. Only certain people are read into the full picture. Most people are read into individualized programs and have no idea what's going on in the larger picture. State level, it's different. They have less tools, less resources. They still run assets, they still run PIs, they still run CIs, but it's rudimentary. And the Kate Peter operation that you see, although I think it's assisted, I'm pretty sure, by someone in the McCabe family, I'm really starting to believe that. That is just a byproduct of the state police cultivating relationships with these weird online networks before the John O'Keefe case even and Karen Reed case even came around. I think like Kate's network, Kate had her own connections to the police because they predator hunt. Noble service, but it's a little vigilanteism. And so Kate knew all these people. They knew she was a liability, but she was effective, so they rolled out her whole network, and this operation was very complex. It involved the use of like alt accounts and cultivating long-term moles. I would even guess Meredith, and I can't confirm it, but if it came out that there was evidence that Meredith pursued Aiden as part of a long-term operation, I would not be surprised. I would say, yeah, that fits exactly with the type of profiling and approach that would make sense in this context, okay? So all of that comes together to form this very convoluted web. And the background of the web, I think, is best explained by my video about my chart. All right, so that's what I want to watch. I think the chart pulls us into, unless I can find, I guess I did go over Cosgrove's filing a little bit, and maybe we can talk a little bit about that. But really, it's the chart we got to focus on, because no matter what we do, it's the Cosgrove file. The Cosgrove filing is tangential fundamentally to the Birchmore situation. All right. So the Birchmore situation, the way that that is all playing out, it does tie into Walshe. It ties into Proctor's cell phone, and I would say that the Turtle Boy and Karen Reed cases only unearthed this. Where this actually came from was the behavior in the Birchmore case, and then the MSP doubling down with how they treated Lindsay Gattani with the release of the phone extraction. And that's why I was at, let's actually watch the phone extraction video. I reposted it so we can just watch it quickly. There's a lot of people who go to Matt so hard under the cover of supporting justice for John O'Keefe for Brian Tully's unit. But as soon as you start asking them to address things like missing discovery from Kate Peter, or Brian Tully's release of Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction after he manipulated it to remove only certain messages from Kate to Lindsay, and from Tully to Lindsay, and an audio file from Leah Genduso. We just have to ask these questions. All right. Why do we have to ask these questions? Because there's only one reason that people would move this way, in my opinion, and it's because there was coordination behind the scenes. And if this was going on in 2024, right, and these people were being watched by the feds and they didn't know, and Birchmore was the cause of the feds being concerned about them, and they then doubled down by doing this to Lindsay and obfuscating the public discussion about it, folks, we're on to it. So I'm going to pause my camera so we can watch this video, because otherwise it will lag a little bit. And then I'll be back with you in 6 minutes.
I just remember dropping to the ground in shock and horror. Those are the words of Lindsay Gattani. Imagine this. You agree to help the justice system, and you're told again and again that your privacy will be protected. Then you watch in real time as your entire private life is broadcast online. It is an absolute nightmare. And for this one witness, it became a reality.
So that's the central question here, isn't it? How could a failure this catastrophic even happen? How does a witness's entire life get handed over to the very man she was testifying against? We're going to break down the timeline, step by step, and look at the accounts of everyone involved. All right, let's start at the beginning. This whole story didn't begin with a threat or a demand. It actually began with a promise made to Lindsay Gattani by the same people who were asking for her help. At first, it was all about choice. The special prosecutor, Ken Mello, he reached out to Lindsay and assured her that her cooperation was completely voluntary. You know, the pitch was simple. Just have a conversation with investigators, and if you don't feel comfortable, you can walk away. No strings attached. Well, that promise of choice, it evaporated pretty quickly. What started as a simple request for some specific text messages suddenly became a demand for her entire phone. And when Lindsay decided against it, remembering she was told she could back out, she was hit with a subpoena. Just like that, the voluntary witness was now a legally compelled one. So with that subpoena in hand, the next step was getting the data off her phone. And this is where a whole new set of promises were made. Really specific technical assurances that were all designed to protect her privacy. Picture it. She's in the district attorney's office. In the room are Lindsay, her victim advocate, prosecutor Mello, and detective Tully. They sit her down and explain exactly how they're going to safeguard all the incredibly sensitive information on her phone. And the main safeguard they offered her was this thing called a reverse taint team. They explained it as this independent group that acts like a filter. They would meticulously go through everything, separate the relevant evidence from her private life, and make sure nothing personal would ever be seen by the prosecution or the defense. On top of that, they added another layer of protection. They assured her that before any data was turned over, a judge would personally have to review and approve it in a formal court hearing. So, between the taint team and a judge, the process sounded absolutely ironclad. And let's be clear, the stakes could not have been higher. We are talking about 15 years of a person's life stored on a single device. Social security numbers, bank records, her children's birth certificates, private photos, privileged communications with her lawyers and her priest. It was, essentially, the digital blueprint of her entire existence.
With all those assurances in place, Lindsay handed her phone over. Months went by, and then the absolute unthinkable happened. Every single promise that was made to her was broken in the most public and humiliating way imaginable. She found out that the defendant in the case, Aidan Carney, was live on his YouTube show reading her private information out loud to the world. He had everything. Her entire unredacted private life had become public entertainment. The scale of this leak is just staggering. It was approximately 7,000 pages of her most private, unredacted, personal data. Every promise safeguard.
All right, I'm jumping in. We have to have a discussion about this. I want to be very clear about a few things. One, Ken Mello, absolutely, 100%, unquestionably, non-debatable, told Lindsay when the phone extraction was being done, when the phone was handed over via an oral promise, that the phone would be redacted. Furthermore, there is absolute confirmation that it was Ken Mello, not Brian Tully, who desperately tried to claw back the extraction because of the error. So I just want to be clear. I know this factual record very well. Kate Peter or whoever is spreading false information is doing it to manipulate the public so that the folks who are trying to understand this will not see that, no, it had nothing to do with Brian Tully's initial statement that Aidan could get it. No. After that, there was a subsequent meeting where Ken Mello, who has the authority, it's not Brian Tully, Ken Mello made the oral promise that there would be a reverse tainting and redactions. Exactly what Kate Peter got for her emails with Tully and Mello. Exactly what Proctor got. Exactly what Jen McCabe got. The opportunity to do that. Natalie got to go through her phone with a private company. But Lindsay wasn't given it. Why? Because they viewed her as expendable. And then when Ken Mello was in the hospital in April of 2024, Ken Mello, while Ken Mello was in the hospital, Brian Tully, who did not have the authority to do this, released the entire phone extraction. Now, eventually, Ken Mello goes into court and says that they did it on purpose. But the reality is that I think that was just Mello covering for Tully. Tully did it on purpose after removing the intent is embodied in the fact that the extraction has material removed that has now been posted on the internet that we know had to have been on the phone, and Tully simply intentionally excluded it, and it involved Leah Genduso. Hello, Irene. I'm on a rant. But yes, it's very important to me that folks understand that Brian Tully personally, not the line prosecutor, not the special prosecutor, Brian Tully, took that phone extraction after Nick Garino was involved in manipulating it. The same guy who knew about Sandra Birchmore's phone extraction and somehow Fanning exonerated Farwell. They edited that extraction, and then they removed it. It's evidence of intent. Hello, Jersey girl. There is no question about it. All right? If there were the whole thing with all of Tully's messages, all of Kate's, maybe you could argue accident. No. The manipulation of the extraction confirms that it was intentional. Okay? That is the primary evidence of intent. Manipulation of the extraction. Because then it's not unredacted. You went through it and only removed things that Tully went through it and had Garino remove things that involved Tully and Kate and Leah Genduso, a former state trooper who also knows Kate. Come on. This is outrageous. It's outrageous. It was intentional. It was on purpose. It was egregious. There's no defending it. The whole entire state government knows about this. How do I know? I went around and told them. And I was like, what the fuck? And I don't think you understand. I have been covering state government for a long time, so when I went around bitching about this, people were like, what the fuck do you mean? Like the extraction was edited. What the fuck? That's not possible. Yes, it is, because they did it on purpose and they intentionally edited it to remove things that were only damaging to Tully, Kate Peter, and Leah Genduso that we know about so far. You fucking kidding me? The whole government is pissed. The whole fucking government. Even the liberals. They're like, what the fuck? What do you mean? There's no answer. First of all, this should never have been allowed to occur. All right. The very fact that we got into a situation where people felt they were so unaccountable they could just do this, egregious systemic failure. And it has to do with the breakdown in the special prosecutor appointment process. There's no way Mello and Cosgrove should have been answering to Morrissey after Morrissey was recused. That's how Kate Peter was allowed to run amok. All right. So there is just no Absolutely no question about it, okay? Absolutely no question. This phone extraction was manipulated and only edited to remove damaging things to Tully, Kate Peter, and Leah Genduso that we know about so far, and then released otherwise unredacted in full. And it wasn't Ken Mello. Ken Mello tried to cover for Tully after the fact, ex post facto, in my opinion. But it wasn't Ken Mello. Ken Mello would never have allowed this to happen. It was Brian Tully and Kate Peter being devious as fuck. And there's no excusing it, no defending it. Good morning, Kyle. Thank you. Kyle says, congratulations on finishing law school. I did it. I'm a towel. Now, Kyle will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Sharkey is an erudite member of Team Docket Rocket Stars. There's no real debate, okay, about whether or not Brian Tully intentionally released Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction after manipulating it to only remove messages from Kate to Lindsay, from Tully to Lindsay, and from an audio recording involving Leah Genduso. There's no question about it. There's proof. This isn't conjecture. We now have multiple pieces of proof that that was intentional. Okay, it's on accident. He didn't slip fall. Tully didn't slip fall. Talk to Kate, remove some stuff from the extraction, get Garino involved, and then release it to Bradle. No, it was on purpose. It was not an accident. And so in the context of that, you have to really think about why Tully did it. Well, it was right around April of 2024, and I know we're going to listen to the end of Lindsay's video, but let's take a look at what happened at the end of April of 2024. How much do you want to bet that that was right around the start of the first Karen Reed trial? And who needed a big distraction? Kate and Tully's good friend, Jen McCabe. So, of course, she released the extraction. Give the Turtle Riders something to gnaw on, you know? That'll distract them. And who do you have managing the release? Jason Broyles. And what does Jason Broyles do as Haley? The same thing that Father Mark Murphy was doing as a Jennings report in early 2024 before he got exposed. And then you got Broyles having Kate's people, in my opinion, go around telling people that Haley Walbrecht is Melanie Little when in fact it was Broyles. Come on. And Kate and Broyles knew each other in 2019? Come on. And Broyles shows up buying an FKR billboard in 2023, the fall, under his real name, right when Kate starts working on the case a few months after. Kate started around July of 2023. And then Broyles goes away and comes back as Haley, going after Lindsay and me in a way that gained him credibility, where he tried to get in with all the Turtle Boy, inner circle. Come on, I see it. Kyle says, agreed. I am hoping, assuming there will also be communications with Proctor and Tully. Let's see what today's hearing brings. Yes, listen. Imagine if Proctor's phone has on conversations with Kate Peter, Tully, and others, and they're talking about some of this stuff. All right? We know that Proctor released an SA victim's name without permission. That was similar to when Cosgrove released Lindsay's unredacted SA report. We know that they were using racial slurs. Kate used a racial slur towards the foreperson of the second Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial jury. We know that they were releasing intimate images of people not involved in the conversation. Kate and Leah Genduso bragged about doing that to Aiden. Come on, it's a pattern. That's an interesting question, Betty Babel. I wouldn't say that. I think there's the way I look at it is, there were people involved in the justice system who took advantage of the vulnerable, and whether or not the defendant in question was substantively guilty, they engaged in procedural due process and civil rights violations that mean the only true and right course and honorable course is to hold those actors accountable so such similar procedural violations don't occur in the future. And notwithstanding what you think of the substantive guilt or innocence of any defendant, those procedural due process violations are so egregious that they absolutely must be stopped in their tracks, or it will become insidious, it will become pernicious, it will steamroll, and we'll get more Sandra Birchmore cover-ups, which cannot happen. Nancy's like, Grant's now illegal. No, I'm almost there. I'm a little towel. All right, so I'm going to let you watch the end of this video, and then I'm going to get, there was something specific. Oh, the timeline. Oh, yes, I'm going to get the timeline of the Google Analytics. Kyle loves Google Analytics. Notice the person who was going to debate me is like, I'm not doing this. Yeah, I know, because I am not being egregious. I don't do this for clout. I don't do it for money. I do it at a loss. I do it because I care about the truth. I care about the justice system, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune notwithstanding. And if you haven't realized that yet, and you experience cognitive dissonance because of what I'm saying, That's probably because you were propagandized by a self-interested actor masquerading as your friend who didn't want you to be able to understand all this. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'll do my best to help you walk through and like decondition yourself, but don't take it out on me. And furthermore, if you debate me on the facts, I'm probably, especially today, because I'm in a really good mood and I'm specifically focused on this, just going to steamroll the fuck out of you. So feel free to do it, but I'm going to make a point of you Socratically in front of the entire class. We're not Auntie Deb. I'm not Teach, but I'm still going to make a point.
Filter, the taint team, the judge's review had all been completely ignored. In a panic, Prosecutor Mello fired off an email citing a clawback provision, which is a legal way to take back documents sent by mistake, and demanded the data be destroyed. The response from the defense attorney was blunt. It's your own fault that you sent it. They refused, and the defendant then spread it even more widely. The institutional response felt just as dismissive. A new special prosecutor, Attorney Cosgrove, was put on the case, and his assessment of what happened to Lindsay? You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. The damage was done, and it felt like the system was just shrugging its shoulders. So how did this happen? Well, this is where the official story starts to get really murky. Officials began giving completely conflicting accounts about whether this whole thing was an accident or if it was an intentional choice. At first, the leak was framed as a terrible accident or an error, but in a recorded court hearing, Special Prosecutor Mello admitted the exact opposite. He stated, quote, "It was our decision to give him everything we had," saying they didn't want to be accused of withholding anything. So, not an accident, a choice. And the conflicting stories just kept coming. Detective Tully, the same man who promised her data would be protected, allegedly told her in a phone call after the leak, "Lindsay, I told you, Aiden was going to get everything from your phone." A complete reversal of his initial assurances. And as if a 7,000-page leak of unredacted data wasn't bad enough, a new, even more serious allegation emerged. The data hadn't just been released, it may have actually been altered first. Suddenly, the defendant himself started claiming that key pieces of communication were suspiciously missing from the data he received, and this raised the explosive question of evidence tampering. So what was supposedly missing? Well, according to the claims, all the text messages between Lindsay and Detective Tully himself had vanished, gone. And while Lindsay's texts to another person, Kate Peter, were still there, all of Kate Peter's responses back to her after mid-December were also gone. It really suggests someone may have manually removed specific communications before handing everything else over. The fallout from this leak was, as you can imagine, significant. As professional consequences started to surface, the witness, Lindsay, was forced to take on a brand new role she never asked for, fighting for her own accountability. In the aftermath, Special Prosecutor Ken Mello was removed from the case. So was his replacement, Attorney Cosgrove. And Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, the officer who made those initial promises, he was demoted. The very system she had tried to help had failed her at every single turn. In her own words, "I realized that I was going to have to advocate for myself and my kids by myself through the courts directly, that no one was going to help me." And that leaves us with this final critical question. This whole story highlights a profound vulnerability for witnesses in our digital age. When the legal safeguards that are supposed to protect people just crumble into dust, it raises a fundamental challenge to the very idea of justice itself.
All right, so what do I have for you? I have my timeline. All right, it's on a timeline. It's Google Analytics. All right, take a look at this while I'm getting this other video up. Take a look at that, folks. Wait a minute. What's that? That is what I have up, I thought. All right, hold on. Oh, I was like, that is what I have up. No, I left the video up and replaced the comments on the screen with the image. There you go. There's the image. Google Analytics. Listen, they don't lie. Okay? They just don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. They are 100% indicative of... Jen McCabe didn't really have any attention in early 2023, in August. It didn't really blip. When Lindsay came on the scene in December of 2023, see where I'm moving over there? That was a big deal. 100%. Then Tully leaks the phone right as the Karen Reed trial starts. So Jen McCabe, who would have got like this much attention, you can see in the second trial, she only got like 50%. Now, they tried it again with Lindsay right around the second trial. It didn't really work, though. Jen got a lot of attention. But the first trial, it definitely kept Jen under like 50% on the analytics, in my opinion, and that is the motive for releasing the phone. Grant, why was the phone extraction dismissed? I have... Oh, no, it was null prost. It's complicated to understand, but there were different criminal cases, and the criminal cases involving Lindsay, where she was the named victim, were null prost. But the phone extraction is subject to a protective order. Null prost means the DA just didn't move forward. But the phone is subject to a protective order. And the protective order extends in the other cases, too, where Lindsay's a named witness. So I think the DA dropped the cases involving Lindsay because Kate Peter handled the evidence and then deleted it after the fact. In fact, that's in Brian Tully's affidavit and Robert Cosgrove's, that Kate Peter handled two of the central pieces of evidence in the Lindsay Gattani and Aidan Kearney indictments from 2024. And there clearly was an attempt by the DA to isolate the evidence from Kate. It's not going to work, though, because there's so much evidence that Kate was involved in handling evidence, especially in the 2023 indictments. So I got to go back to November 17th here to find this post from Lindsay, because that has the Leah Genduso audio. Yes. So what I understand is that Lindsay hired, her first fundraiser, by the way, Kate Peter was acting so weird about those fundraisers. The first fundraiser Lindsay ever did raised $8,000. Kate was acting weird about the payout, and the lawyer had to be paid for the hearing within like a few days. And Kate then went to her friend from the Midwest, who's a prosecutor, who gave Kate an $8,000 loan. So Kate raised $16,000, $8,000 of which was a loan to Kate that we don't know if she ever paid back. She only dispersed like $8,000 of it to Lindsay. Lindsay then used that $8,000 to pay her first lawyer in full. She got a small amount back. She used that amount to pay a second lawyer she had to get for a Rule 17 hearing, which also had a fundraiser. I think there were two. And then Lindsay had a third fundraiser to raise money for other lawyers. Lindsay's had at least 1, 2, 3 multiple lawyers, and they all, as far as I know, were paid in full. And part of the smear that's been going around is, as soon as Kate was not involved in one of Lindsay's fundraisers, when Julie Ginto and Lindsay set up a fundraiser, as soon as Kate wasn't involved, she had Michael Gaffney donate $2,000 to the fundraiser and then pull the donation under false pretense, suggesting to Give Send Go that Lindsay's fundraiser wasn't authorized, despite the fact that a contract went up showing that Lindsay and Julie agreed to host the fundraiser. So Gaffney then, messages came out showing Kate and Gaffney planned that all. And clearly it was an attempt to prevent Lindsay from independently raising money outside of Kate, because if Kate can't control something, she tries to sabotage it. That's what I think happened. I truly believe that that's what Kate was doing, just trying to sabotage confidence in Lindsay with smears. And Kate's got a lot of these like obsequious cult followers from her Discord that will just go parrot anything that she says. And in reality, Lindsay paid her lawyers in full. And I believe Kate knows that. And I believe Kate also knows Kate tried to sabotage Lindsay's fundraiser that was done independent of Kate. And there's evidence of it. The screenshots have come out already. So. But yes, I also got to go back to November because I want to show this audio recording that Leah Genduso sent to Lindsay that was not Lindsay's extraction. Why? Because it directly undercuts Robert Cosgrove's argument that the material that Cosgrove put in an affidavit, that the material on Lindsay's extraction that was not included was only not included because it wasn't on Lindsay's phone. Well, what's this? Oh, goodness. Leah
Lindsay,
Bathtub. Hold on. It's Leah Bathtub Genduso, ladies and gentlemen. What do you mean this wasn't on the extraction, but Lindsay posted it online in November of 2025? Uh-oh, Robert Cosgrove.
Lindsay, I just totally thought of something, and I'm sorry, I haven't been on the job for 5 years, so sometimes it takes me like a little bit longer to process stuff in my head and recall stuff, but I would highly recommend you going and talking to Joe Mello tomorrow, because if you become a witness, he can't do shit to you. Because then that's intimidation of a witness. So there's no revenge porn. There's no contacting you. There's literally no speaking of you. There's nothing. And they could reiterate it in the discretionary stuff when it comes to the standards of the witness and the application for everything to be done by a judge, where he can't even mention your name. He can't talk about your kids. He can't dox you. Oh my God. This is like, I didn't even think of this, but by you calling Mello and having potential like information to help that case and then putting him as a witness, that gives you like the perfect thing to not have to worry about any of this, because he'll be more scared he's going to go to jail.
Now, Leah Genduso was the state trooper, so she was a dispatcher. She like got caught like packaging narcotics or something, drugs or something in 2007 in money laundering. Then in 2008, she became a dispatcher for the state police. Then in 2014, she became a trooper. Then in 2018, she got exposed as having an intimate relationship with the third-ranking commander in the state police. That guy was under like suspicion because him and a partner named Anderson had like been involved in the manipulation of a police report about a judge's daughter. Genduso got fired because she didn't disclose or it wasn't out there when she applied to be a trooper that she had the convictions for drug packaging and money laundering. And Turtle Boy was involved in exposing that. And then for some reason, Turtle Boy and Genduso like developed like a connection or something. I don't know. It's weird. Trauma bonding, I guess. But anyway, and as a result of that, Genduso's been alienated and talking to Kate Peter for a long time. And here you had, oh, by the way, the lawyer for Anderson back in the day, the woman, the state police officer who was the law enforcement partner of the guy Genduso was dating or in an intimate relationship with, her lawyer is the same lawyer that Brian Tully retained in the context of the Karen Reed civil suit. Now, why do I bring all this up? Well, I showed you the timeline. I showed you the motive. I showed you how there's plain evidence that this extraction was manipulated. And there's also evidence that messages from Kate Peter to Lindsay and from Tully to Lindsay were removed. And, of course, that Kate Peter, while ostensibly pretending to defend Lindsay, was in reality sabotaging her perpetually. And that fundraiser that Lindsay ran without Kate being sabotaged, something that a lot of people know about, like Joe Warren and others. They know specifically that Kate Peter and Michael Gaffney and others colluded to sabotage or attempt to sabotage that fundraiser. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and there are a lot of things to go over. The other thing I want to go over is I want to talk about. What do I want to talk about? I guess we should talk about Proctor. All right, so let's mostly focus on Proctor. Let me see if I can find a video for you about Proctor's phone motions that are going to be heard at 9 o'clock. And let me just tell you, we are taking that live. I don't know who is broadcasting it, maybe Melanie Little or someone, but we'll or one of the channels. We're going to take that live as live can be, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let me see if I can get you something on the Proctor text. All right, let me see if I can get you a good video on the Proctor text, because I think I did a good overview at one point, and you kind of got to understand what is going on regarding that material, because there's Sean Good implicated, etc., etc. So here's my 20-minute video about what I think happened with Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction. I'm looking forward to watching this with you. I'm a little towel. I was born a towel. I shall continue to be a towel. Double towel! Let's do it.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That fucking sentence is 123 words. It is more than double the length of what you would need in terms of, like, if you quoted something, you would be required to put half that in a block quote. I've never seen a sentence like that. Listen, we may need to take this sentence, okay? This may well be one of the longest single sentences since Hemingway. And they're all dangling participles connected by fucking semicolons, nested within each other. This is a paragraph that's designed to make your eyes gloss over, which is my point. There's something here. It's nested within this structure that is designed to make you not be able to tell what's going on. And that's why I'm kind of really harping on this. Weeks from now, months from now, years from now, you remember that I said this. I'm telling you, I don't know where this is going. I'm not that hubristic. I can't predict where it's going. But there's some... First of all, you don't write 123 words in a single sentence gratuitously. I don't care if you love run-on sentences, like grammatically to write that sentence. The only way you could submit it to a judge without looking like a kindergartner is to use semicolons a la Ernest Hemingway. Okay, why would you ever do that? Why wouldn't you just write individual sentences because you want the person reading it, you want their fucking, not their eyes, you want their brain to glass over. Why do you want their brain to glass over? What is it about a close reading of this specific paragraph, of this specific motion, in this specific sentence, etc., that is so concerning? Well, we found it right away. It's nested in the second line under the sentence about, or dangling participle. I guess it's not a dangling participle if you cheat and use a semicolon. Listen, there's this guy on Twitter who really hates that I use semicolons, and I'm going to post this and be like, hey, motherfucker, what do you think about this? In a loving way. My point is, take a look at this sentence. Nested within it is the key that unlocks this whole mystery. Staring in our faces. National treasure, eat your heart out. This is the stuff that true puzzles are made of. And you know what my brain's doing right now? I'm trying to think, why would I, putting myself in the position of an ADA, but I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm a towel. Putting myself in a position of an ADA, why would I ever write that sentence? I'm basing, like, the guy's, like, thrown to the wolves already, Proctor. His counsel's the one that made the misrepresentation. Why are you still protecting him? Unless you're not protecting him, what am I missing? An investigation? I have an idea. We're going to move on in a second. But what if, after August 12th, 2025, another agency, like the feds, came to Proctor and gave him his old phone, and we're like, hey, you have to turn this over now? Is that a thing? I've never heard of such a thing. Yeah, right. Council did say they have nothing. That's what I'm saying. It's not just the council saying they have nothing in footnote 3. It's this period of time, August 12th through September 26th of 2025. Something happened in there. And it tracks, you know what else is weird? We got to think about this timeline. Because shit kind of hit the fan in early October, especially with Karen and Aiden. Like, it didn't really hit the fan, but it was like starting to hit the fan, and then by September, like, it really did. I'm close. There's so many moving parts. And they all coalesce around, like, not only whatever happened in September and early October. The public didn't really know about it, but clearly people inside the DA's office did. It's something to do with that. And then the reaction to that. There's something big, like something so big that the only option was wasn't that right when Karen also filed her suit? Or initially it was going to be a countersuit and then a standalone suit. And then also, that was right when, like, there was a lot of efforts to fracture the Free Karen Reed movement, especially like in people in Kate Peters' orbit. And people got very desperate, and they've been very desperate ever since. And it has something to do with what Karen knows and what Aiden probably was exposed to but doesn't realize the importance of. And because of that, he's misfiring on Karen. That's what I think it is. And so there's this time frame between like October 1st, maybe a little bit earlier, of 2025, and now, that there's like a big unexplained variable for people who follow this chaos. I don't think any one person, because of how compartmentalized everything is, can tell you a unified theory of why everything is so chaotic right now. There's a lot of different explanations for why micro situations are happening, but a grand unified theory hasn't really yet been proposed. The way that I think it all ties together, as much as I think Kate Peter is central to it, she's central to it only as like if you think of Aiden as like a useful, like, you know, public facing PR apparatus for Karen, but with liabilities, Kate is like that for Proctor and Jen McCabe and the Norfolk DA and Tully. Therefore, it's not Kate. It is Kate. She is the primary vehicle, but it's not her calling the shots. It's whoever found out that Proctor was screwed. It all comes down to that circle of people, because one, I think they're all very upset. They liked this guy. I don't know the guy. All right, maybe he's a nice guy. Maybe his wife is nice. I don't know. I have no idea. I've never met them. I cannot pass judgment on their character. I just get the sense that a lot of people liked this dude. You know, whether he was your cup of tea or not, he just had friends in places. All right. So then that kind of makes you wonder, okay, if he had friends in places and the reaction is very visceral to him getting exposed, that explains a little of this, but not all of it. There's something institutional about this. We're going to find this motion is actually about Sean Good and this material getting turned over, which means it implicates Sean Good, who's on the Canton PD. And then it was obviously involved in the Reed case. So then it makes you wonder, if Sean Good was exposed to something, was Tully exposed to something because of this? Was Garino? Was Buchanan? Was John Fanning? And then you time it with Adam Deutsch announcing his... Wait, when did Adam Deutsch resign from the federal prosecutor's office? Didn't he resign right in November? What did Adam Deutsch know? That's another good question. What does Adam Deutsch know? Imagine how he would read this paragraph compared to us. And why did he announce right after this? I think the feds. I'm sorry. I know that I keep trying to talk around it, but I think the unspoken elephant in this the unspoken proverbial elephant in this motion is the feds. And they can't. There has to be. I've long had a theory that Michael Morrissey was at least willing to cooperate with the feds on some of his own guys about Birchmore. But this document reads at best in the light most favorable to Michael Proctor like he obstructed justice. That's the bare bones reading of all of this. But more than that, it's that the Norfolk DA was made aware that he was doing it and forced to kind of go through the motions. Now, if you're the feds, what are you most concerned about if you have this Proctor cell phone? That he's going to go into court and be like, listen, this doesn't exist. Well, then, so frustrating. The unknown is so frustrating about this, because one possibility is that he literally got rid of his phone and someone else got it and then gave it back to him, forcing him to turn it over. The other is that he had it the whole time and was lying. The third, though, is that it was turned over to him by the feds after he represented to the court that it didn't exist. But then, in those situations, he kind of has the ability to be like, well, I didn't know they had it. So what would have caused him, and his lawyer also left the case and he stopped his appeal, which makes me think he really thought this stuff didn't exist. That's kind of I think I'm going to go from that premise. That Proctor believed, and at least between, up until August 12th, that they didn't exist. So I really do think that somebody got this phone. Whether they had a copy of it, whether it was the exact same phone, I think somebody got that phone. And between August 12th and October or September something, they must have not just given it to Proctor. They must have been like, I'm giving you this and I'm documenting that I'm giving it to you, because why else would he turn it over? Wait a minute. And that's the other thing. It says that it received Proctor's cell phone, that an extraction had occurred, and that the phone was returned to Proctor. But it doesn't say who it received the cell phone from. We need that. I'm sorry, we need that answer. I cannot put this together without the answer to the question, who gave that cell phone to the Norfolk DA and when? I'm sorry, the public needs an answer. Because as it reads right now, it's too ambiguous. All right, I'm going to bang my head against the wall unless we move on. But you all understand that that's the key to all of this. If we can just figure out who gave this phone to the Norfolk DA's office, how'd you receive it? Proctor gave it to you? Well, if Proctor gave it to you, how'd he get it? If Proctor didn't give it to you, who did give it to you, and why are you being so weird about it? Was it the feds? Are you not allowed to say it was the feds? Is that why there's all these protective orders on this stuff? You know the implications of that, right? That Proctor's under federal investigation. All the powers that be want answers as soon as possible. The powers that be know the answers. Yeah, politics is very compartmentalized, though. You know, Bunny Tell, we talked about the Manhattan Project once. And I told you about how the people in Oak Ridge, they didn't know what the scientists at Los Alamos were doing. No way. The people at Oak Ridge were just punching computer cards. They had no idea what they were doing. 20,000 people in Tennessee. Still exists to this day, but it doesn't function the same way. But my point is, they didn't know what Oppenheimer was doing at Los Alamos, and that's what we're dealing with here. I think some of the powers that be know. And my best read of this, and we're going to move on after this, but this is, again, there are other important elements to this, but the new element to this is right here, all right? And it's hiding in plain sight. Whoever figures this out, especially if the answer is what I think it is, the most, I know not many people are saying it, I'm willing to. I think the hidden hand here is the feds. I think it's always been, but it wasn't about what we thought, okay? It wasn't necessarily the investigation of John's death. That was a way to get information about what this unit was otherwise doing. And the federal investigation, I don't think people really understood. First of all, they're not short. Like the NBA Mafia gambling investigation, that took them 4 years. 4 years to bang those guys up. This, what I have always believed, and what ties this together is twofold. One, the Sandra Birchmore case was a cover-up. There was an actual cover-up. They covered up that murder, the state police unit, in my opinion, and they did it to protect Matthew Farwell, who was a cop in Stoughton. And I think there's a lot of cops that were in his orbit that were doing bad things. Right? I think it's like the worst kept secret in Massachusetts that the feds are onto these guys, and it's brutal. That's what I think is kind of being kept from the public. Because one, I think they are actually onto them, and two, I just think it's very big. Like, they have to build it. Two, I think that also what this became was people were right that this unit was not playing by the rules. It's not that they, like, the investigation of John's death was not good. Okay? I think it was, under the circumstances, it was okay. But the reality is it just was, it was not good. It was, a lot of that stuff, it was way too much inside baseball. Even though, objectively, you probably could have got Karen on manslaughter, which even the foreperson said. The investigation was just riddled with conflicts of interest, okay? And it was way too much inside baseball. And I get it. Karen took, like, allegedly, in the eyes of these investigators, took the life of a cop. They were going to treat her with hostility. Yeah, well, you let it impact the investigation. But I think it just started there. That's how Karen got into Levy's office. What I think it branched out to was a question of what this unit was doing. Like, how was it handling evidence? How was it talking to its friends? What were they doing? What do they know about Farwell? Like, it became this whole thing. All right, what is the one thing then that you might be thinking about if you're the DOJ? Okay, well, if you, like, subpoena his phone or get Proctor's phone, all right, you have all that stuff. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he does. I don't know. My point is, you just wait, right? Especially if he doesn't know you have it. You just wait to see what he doesn't reveal in future cases. You know he was an investigator on a bunch of cases, but you can't jump the gun. You got to make him think he's not under investigation anymore. If I'm right about this, the implications are huge. One, it means Hank Brennan was actually Michael Morrissey's federal defense attorney, which I've always believed. I've always believed that. Two, it means that, like, there was a lot of wheeling and dealing. And three, it means this is far from over. Because the state is never going to hold Michael Proctor accountable for, like, they already fired him from the state police. He's going to be decertified, whatever. The state is never going to hold Michael Proctor accountable for doing this. He's their witness. Like, he's their state police officer. So, who made them do this? And they haven't charged him with anything. They're not going to indict him. So, who's going to do it? And why would you even want to indict him on a low-level obstruction charge? I mean, it makes a point. But, like, as far as I know, like, he's not, like, a Democrat. I guess Morrissey's a Democrat, but there's no, I don't know. I need answers. The public deserves answers. I understand this is big. I realize what I'm looking at, but why? Why don't we get to know how this happened? It's crazy. It's like staring at, I've never had this experience reading a document before, but it's like staring at a document that's locked behind a door. And you know, if you just turn, like, the right key, if you just find the right keys and turn them, the door will open. But you don't have all the keys. And so all you can really do is peer through, like, the looking hole. And it's so frustrating. The Commonwealth further proffered that, where appropriate and consistent with the Commonwealth's obligations, the Commonwealth would produce pertinent information to individual law enforcement agencies. Continued.
Oh, goodness. Hello. All right. Almost 9 a.m. We are getting ready to watch potentially the Proctor hearing. I let Broken Baker know that Denmark can, in fact, into space. That was a peace offering. You know what I'm saying? Baker might have the pool feed. We'll find out. I put some inquiries out to see if anyone is actually in court with a camera. And we'll see if we can also get reactions from the attorneys in the Miles King case involving Proctor as folks are leaving court. But that said, we got about 9 minutes left, so I'm going to go into announcer towel mode. We can play some trivia later, Jay, by the way. I'm happy to play trivia today, and we can do it. 3 Clerk Monty, we should work together to find the keys, you know what I'm saying? You just need the answer, maybe outdoors, but you still got to go turn the keys, you know what I'm saying? We just got to put the keys together. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we're waiting for 2 hearings to start up. We're not going to watch the Brian Walshe voir dire. I think it's about like residual DNA on bullet casings, and whether, because the state police don't try to do that internally because it's hard, instead whether it is possible to have an outside lab do that and it still be accurate. Also, Broken Baker's about to read my comments, so let me do a live react, because people will be like, Baker, Grant's live reacting to you, and that will be hilarious. So let me minimize this and let me bring this over here. Hold on. Ready to watch Broken Baker reacting to my comment about whether or not Denmark can into space? This is the kind of stuff people tune in for. It was like with that time we watched Turtle Boy. It was like the time we watched Turtle Boy watching me, but I was watching Turtle Boy, and then he was commenting on me watching him watching me. It became so meta that I almost lost it. It was the greatest thing I've ever seen. All right, so let's listen to Broken Baker talk about how Towel is wonderful. All right, what do you got to tell us, Broken Baker? Hold on, let me turn the volume up. He's going to read my comment here, and I'm going to comment on it.
I want to note for the record, and after further research, that Denmark can, in fact, into space. I extend my apologies to the Danish nations, but I won't apologize to Poland. Never apologize to Poland. Poland is only good for 2 things: cheap cigarettes and cheap labor. And beer. Beer is good in Poland as well. So go down there, Grant, and get some beero.
All right, well, thank you, Broken Baker. We have come clearly to an agreement. If there's anything that everyone can agree on, it's that you never apologize to Poland. Write it down, note it for the record books. You never apologize to Poland. Now, listen, we got to protect Poland because they're kind of the bulwark against communism and the BRICS, but you still don't have to apologize to them. You know what I'm saying? You can just be like, damn it, Poland. Like, what are you doing? But the point is, Poland can't into space, and clearly Denmark can into space. So we have reached an international accord without violating the Logan Act. All parties have come to consensus. Poland cannot into space. Denmark can into space. Everybody on the same page, right? If you get that question on a quiz. Can Poland into space? No. Can Denmark into space? Yes. All right? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Denmark can, in fact, into space. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, that has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with any of this. Why are you two talking across the ocean to each other while in the lead up to a hearing about whether or not Poland can into space? Well, I'll tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's because the hearing doesn't start until 9 a.m. Clearly, that is why we are talking about whether Poland can into space. Now, I can only say so many things after starting at 7:30 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Early towel gets the worm, but still, I just want the hearing to start. And we're kind of dependent on Broken Baker here because I don't know if there's actually a camera in the courtroom. And basically, if there's no camera in the courtroom, the pool feed becomes whoever's going to broadcast it. So we'll see what Baker does. And then there's also the Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe hearing. It's a voir dire. I don't think we're going to watch that. We're going to pick up the Walshe case at 10 a.m. We're expecting the Commonwealth to finish its case today. Walshe only has 5 witnesses. Will he take the stand? He pretty much has to. Is he going to go with the state didn't meet their burden and just give up? We'll see the pro forma perfunctory, everyone's entitled to one, motion for required finding of not guilty. That will almost certainly be denied. In fact, it will 100% be denied. And then we'll move on to whether or not Walshe is going to present a case. I don't know. Is he going to call Proctor? I mean, listen. If I were him, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm a towel. If I were Walshe, I would call Proctor. You're going to jail, like they clearly somebody fucked with you in jail and tried to stab you. So I would call Proctor. All right. Like if you're really like going to jail and you want to do it, call Proctor. They're like your defense, like you're already screwed. So call Proctor. Just do it. It's what the public wants to see. Now, Larry Tipton, I don't know. He's a pretty good defense attorney. Really good public defender, just like a good lawyer. There was a critique that he yells at the male witnesses. I don't know. I think he projects. Like with the female witnesses, he tends not to project. Like he'll walk close to them, harder to hear. But like with the male witnesses, he throws his voice a little bit. All right. So that's what makes Larry Tipton, like that's his rhetorical style. I don't think he's like being overboard. He's very succinct, to the point. He doesn't belabor anything. It's all like, I have a point about your bias, or I have a point about what you did wrong, or this is incorrect, and it's all like 10 questions designed around that. It's like nested topics. That's how you should do a cross. There should never be a point in a cross where a juror or a observer is saying, what are you, like, why are you asking this question? If you've done that, your cross is a failure. At every point in time, like even if you're nested within a section of your cross, this is just my opinion, the why should be obvious. Like if I'm asking you a question on cross and on the surface it's about one thing, but underneath it, the jurors are thinking, oh, like he's got him, then I've done my job. If the jurors are thinking why, either not paying attention or thinking why is the lawyer asking this question on cross, you fail. You never want to, there's no need to explain. If you have to explain why you asked a question on cross, you didn't do a good job. It should be readily and immediately apparent why you are saying something on cross. Tipton does a great job of that. But I don't know what he's going to do on defense. Like, I wouldn't call Walshe at this point. I mean, what is the point? He's just going to, like, unless he just wants to get up there and take the stand. But even Donna Adelson didn't do that, and it was obvious she was going to jail too. So, I don't know. There's 40% chance that Walshe takes a stand right now. Unless I see something that changes this morning, 40%. Calling Proctor, I bet they're thinking about it right now. I would do it. I would do it. Now, I'm a little biased because I want to see it, but I would do it. You know, I would do it because your only hope is that one juror is like, wow, those investigators suck. And you're the defendant, so there's a lot of latitude on bias. And if you got anything in that discovery, now's the time to use it. You don't save it for close. You can't really. You need to bring it out in evidence. You're not going to bring it out through Walshe. Hey, so what do you think about Michael Proctor talking about like cases on text? No, there's not appropriate foundation. You need if you're gonna do it. And listen, I can't peg the chances. If like removing my bias and just saying objectively, will they call Walshe? Will they call Walshe? I said 40%. Will they call Proctor? You got to peg it a little bit higher than the chances of calling Walshe, but I still wouldn't go above 50 or 60. The reason why is you peg it higher than the chances of Walshe getting called because Proctor is not the defendant. You peg it higher because Proctor probably could be forced to talk about some bias. But you also have to remember a few things. One, if you call a state trooper as a defendant, you're asking them questions on direct. Now, you might think, well, that's weird. What do you mean, like, they have to ask them open-ended questions, like who, what, when, where, and why? Yes, you can't cross them. What you can do is if you ask them a question like, where did you work? And they respond, well, on Tuesday, October 12th, I was in the country and I was on a hunting trip. Okay, you try again. Okay, sir, one more time. Where did you work in 2021? And the witness says, I really like seashells and I want to move to Cape Cod. Okay, you've tried twice now and they're not even answering. Now, say you say something like, okay, sir, let's try this again. What is your name? And they're like, F you. Okay, that's enough for then, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but that's enough for a procedural maneuver to come into play called hostile witness, where you can say to the judge as a lawyer, Your Honor, we're on direct here, I need this witness, but I've asked every reasonable, responsible, respectful question possible. These are basic inquiries into foundation about who this person is, where they worked. And all they're doing is sidetracking. I used gratuitous examples, but all they're doing is sidetracking. They were hostile to me when I asked them a question. For that reason, Your Honor, I would ask you to classify them as hostile witness. Now, it's different than an expert witness designation under 701. A hostile witness designation is where you can ask cross questions on direct. So if the judge says, okay, first of all, you have to need the witness. They have to be on the stand for a reason. You can't just call someone up there and just be like, they're hostile to me, I want to inquire. They have to be there for a reason. The judge has to say, okay, you're not getting anywhere. You can't do it preemptively. You have to get into the flow of a direct and run into a situation and then move on it procedurally. And you don't know what the witness is going to say. And the reason why it's a risky move is if you ask an open-ended question, for the most part, if the person knows what they're doing, the person is not going to say, I went shopping and just go on a tangent. If they're trained and you ask an open-ended question, they are going to somehow relate everything they're saying to your question, but they're going to do it in a way that is just obstructionist, and they're just going to go on a narrative. That is borderline. You can that's not really the type of thing that gets you designated a hostile witness, but it's an indication it could happen. It's why you don't do it though, because you have to get up there as a lawyer and let a hostile witness answer at least 3 questions. I'm ballparking it, where you say to them who, what, when, where, or why, and they just get to go. You ask the question, counselor, is what the judge will say. You ask the question, counselor. Let them answer the question. So now you got a former state trooper with a grudge up there with at least 3 questions that he's going to be able to say whatever the fuck he wants. All right, that's the risk, because once you got him to clear, if he's smart enough, he's never going to become a hostile witness because he knows what's going on. But if he falls into the trap, high pressure situation, or if just he won't answer questions because he doesn't want to, that's probably enough to cross him. Okay, now we're all talking. Then it paid off to do the play. But that is do you see all the steps that have to happen for the defense counsel for Walshe to be in a beneficial position with with benefits outweighing the cost on analysis to make a tactical decision to call Michael Proctor? I mean, that's the thing. I would do it, but I am not necessarily thinking about legal strategy. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I'm thinking about politics. And yes, the judiciary is part of politics, but I'm thinking way broader. I'm thinking what is best for the system? What is best for the public? What is best for the historical record? So that isn't necessarily aligned with Brian Walsh's interest. That's, if anything, I think he's a monster. But Tipton's got to make a different calculation. He's got to think about appellate issues. Is he going to try to cause an appellate issue? He's got to think about, if Walshe is going to get found guilty no matter what does Walshe want? If Walshe doesn't want to get up there, does he want Proctor embarrassed? Does he want him to pay? What does Walshe want? It's about what the client wants, kind of. And then it's strategy. He's getting convicted, I'm not a lawyer, but I think any reasonable defense attorney would be you're going to jail. Okay, you already pled guilty to 2 things. You're going to jail. All right, we're getting ready to start the Proctor hearing. Thank you to Broken Baker for coverage. She has the pool feed. I am not broadcasting the Zoom because I have another hearing to cover. But Baker has the pool feed. And let's see. We don't have a judge in the chair. But, it's Clerk Margaret. Hi, Clerk Margaret. So we're just peeking in. Hi, Broken Baker. I can't hear you right now. But hello from across the ocean. I am a towel. For today, Broken Baker can be a towel. But sometimes he says mean things. I get that there's a lot of hostility. I think we should all just be amicable. And if we can break the cycle, good for America. Now, as far as I see, there's only Broken Baker in the Zoom, okay? It is just Broken Baker, all right? So as you can see, I am broadcasting. Oh, it's Clerk Margaret. Hi, Clerk Margaret. I'm a little towel. Clerk Margaret's wonderful. She's a very good clerk. All the clerks at Norfolk Superior Court are really good. They're kind of the unsung heroes of the justice system. All clerks are that way. But my point is, that's Clerk Margaret. Hello, Clerk Margaret. I'm a little towel. I know, this is what you watch for, right? Other people, they provide commentary on things like whether Poland can or cannot into space. Judge Krupp's there. Okay, get ready. Here we go. Everybody sit down.
For the record, before the court number 1, Commonwealth versus Miles King, 21 CR 320. Mr. King is present and represented by attorneys Rosemary Scapiccio and Nicole Scapiccio. On that case, the Commonwealth is represented by ADA Jennifer Hickman, William O'Driscoll, and Mike McGee. And also before the court, we have numbers 2 through 4. Number 2 is Commonwealth versus Bianca Ciancio, 22 CR 265. Ms. Ciancio is not present today? She is present. Oh, she is. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry. Is present and represented by attorney Joseph Cataldo. Also before the court number 3, Commonwealth versus Giovanni De Los Santos. Mr. De Los Santos is present and represented by attorney Joseph Krowski Jr. And finally before the court we have number 4, Commonwealth versus Sean Johnson, 22 CR 268. Mr. Johnson is present and represented by attorneys Rosemary Scapiccio and Nicole Scapiccio. On that matter, the Commonwealth is represented by Ms. Blair is not coming today? Or
Blair has a medical appointment.
Lisa Beatty for ADA Blair and ADA Mike McGee and William O'Driscoll. We also have Jennifer Hickman. I did say her. Sorry. If the parties could please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Beatty for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. William O'Driscoll on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Michael McGee on behalf of the Commonwealth. Good morning. Thank you.
Jennifer Hickman on behalf of the Commonwealth. Good morning.
All right. Morning, Your Honor. Joseph Tello on behalf of Bianca Ciancio. Thank you. Attorney Krauss on behalf of Mr. De Los Santos. All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sorry. Good morning, Your Honor. Rosemary Scapiccio on behalf of Mr. Johnson and Mr. King.
All right.
Good morning. Nicole Scapiccio on behalf of Mr. Johnson and Mr. King.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
It looks like you folks have an agreement with respect to modifying the protective orders with regard to the materials extracted from Trooper Proctor's personal phone.
That's correct, Your Honor, and I drafted a proposed order for the court.
Have these been reviewed by counsel?
They have, Your Honor.
Agreeable? They're agreeable?
They are.
Okay.
With respect to my client, Judge, there's a paragraph in there that allows him to have access.
Your client being Mr. Johnson.
Johnson,
You're
I'm
not
sorry.
talking about Mr. King.
Yeah.
I saw that, and so the materials will stay in the custody of the Sheriff's Department. He'll be able to access them.
Yeah, and I did speak to the Sheriff's Department this morning. My understanding is that there's an Officer Dolly, a Deputy Dolly, that would be in charge of the USB drive. And as long as we put something on the outside of the envelope that says do not print, then Mr. Johnson would not be allowed to print. And I've already explained to him he can't print anything, and I don't have any concerns that he would want to.
Okay.
I spoke with the Sheriff's Department as well, and we'll arrange to get the materials over there.
Great.
I made one mistake. I just realized, Your Honor, I've moved forward in time, and if you look at the docket number, for some reason I wrote 27. Do you mind making?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So Ciancio, De Los Santos, and Johnson, is that a 2022 case or 2020?
2022.
2022 82 CR. Okay. I will make that change.
Thank you.
Missed you, Iris, and thank you for 24 months. We have time to say it. And Karen Cole, thank you so much.
And for the
following us.
record, Your Honor, the
Life
Town
is
of
complicated.
Canton and Post both have counsel here today. We had decided on the last date that this hearing would be, in a sense, extended until today on the Commonwealth's motion regarding providing materials to them. I have materials available to provide to them. It's my understanding that they are content with the protective order that you signed last week. And I just wanted to confirm that no counsel in the room have any objection at this point in time.
So we're all set on that motion.
Yes, no objection on behalf of Mr. De Los Santos.
No objection on behalf of Mr. King or Mr. Johnson.
And I don't need to sign anything more. Whatever I signed last week is good enough.
Is sufficient, is my understanding,
Okay.
for the town as well as for Post.
Okay?
And so we'll move forward with providing them the necessary materials.
All right, so I think the only other motions I have to hear are the motions relating to Miles King and the Commonwealth's efforts to subpoena records from Google and Meta.
The only other issue, Judge, with Mr. Johnson is we would be withdrawing the motion to preserve and produce the phone records of the Massachusetts State Troopers. When we were provided discovery, there were 2 USB drives in the same envelope with a letter indicating that they were Trooper Proctor's personal phone. We've since learned that one of those USB drives was actually the work phone. Commonwealth has agreed to ask the troopers, in this case, if anyone used the encrypted app, called WhatsApp, in this investigation. And depending on the result of that, we may file an additional motion, Judge. But we're withdrawing it as it exists on the motions today.
All right, I have so much paper. I don't think I brought that one out here, but I'll endorse it when I get off the bench. So this is...
I believe it's paper 136, motion to preserve and produce cell phones.
I have an extra copy if that would make it.
That's all right. I need to find the one we've got. So docket 136, motion to preserve, this is other officers' phones is withdrawn.
That's correct, Judge.
Was that filed in both cases?
Oh, just in Mr. Johnson's case.
Just in Mr. Johnson, okay. Okay, now,
With the court's permission, I'll step back, Your Honor.
sure.
Thank you.
Okay, with respect to the Meta and Google Rule 17s, Ms. Hickman.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth has filed 2 motions relative to Rule 17 regarding 2 accounts that has good faith basis to believe are in the names of the defendant, Miles King. The relevance in these 2 accounts, Your Honor, is in the moments after the victim.
Before you go on, is there anything else we need to do on Mr. Johnson or Ms. Chanchicchio or Mr. De Los Santos?
I don't believe so, Judge.
I think it's just the next date, Your Honor.
Yes, we'll pick another date.
February 12th, the status regarding discovery is something we discussed that we could all do at 2 o'clock.
On both Mr. King and Mr. Johnson, for my purposes, Judge, if that was a good date for the court. And that would give us enough time to at least initially do our investigation as to the Proctor materials, Judge.
Your Honor, I also asked if we maybe mark it on the King case for scheduling for the filing of the supplemental. As the court is fully aware, we are in the midst of a motion to dismiss. The arguments were supposed to be on October 31st, and then the personal phone of Mr. Proctor became an issue. And we're hoping to get this back on track so we can determine whether or not that motion to dismiss is going to continue with the evidentiary hearing. And so I'd be asking that it also be marked for scheduling of the filing of the supplemental motion to dismiss.
So here's the issue on that. I heard evidence from one ADA. I started the hearing. I haven't, I don't know how much more you're going to ask me to hear in terms of evidence. But I can't really offload this to someone else.
Correct.
I'm happy to schedule now the completion of that hearing for a date when we generally don't schedule motions in the next session that I'm going to. It would be a Friday. I don't know how much more time you need on that. Obviously, I asked for additional filings, and I don't know that I've gotten the additional filings as it relates to prejudice.
The additional filing, Judge, would be based on the investigation for Proctor. That's what I intend on doing to determine what, if anything, that adds to the motion to dismiss that's pending. So I don't know that I would be in a position by February 12th to file the motion, Judge, but I think I would be in a position by February 12th to tell the court where we are with the discovery. My plan is to send my investigator out on Monday, now that we have the amendment to the protective order, to start investigating this case. That would give him December, January, and at least the beginning of February to be able to track down what we need to track down, but I don't think that gives me enough time.
So I'm not going to do the hearing on the 12th. That will be someone else. Okay, whoever's sitting in this session will do the hearing on the 12th.
Sure.
But what I'm going to suggest is that I do schedule the hearing to complete the motion to dismiss on a date that is probably available here. and tried to book a courtroom here, essentially to do that hearing here, where I'll come back to Norfolk to do it. One possibility, and it's subject to looking at our calendar, March 27, Friday, March 27.
Judge, I'm going to be out of the country that day.
April 3 is also a possibility. That's the last day of the session here, so it would probably be extremely light. And I'm going to be in the next session for 6 months, so I have the flexibility of blocking that off where I'm going to be.
I can move what I have on the 3rd, Judge.
Would the 3rd be okay?
It works, I think, for the team at the table. I'm been subpoenaed. I'm available on the 3rd. We would have to speak. I believe there are 5 or 6 other witnesses. Attorney McGee, ADA McGee could probably answer that.
I mean, I think the landscape's a little different.
Yes.
I think we can hold off on discussing, but I think
so.
If there's a hearing date,
Hold off on discussing what?
witnesses and.
No, just availability, whether or not they can make it.
Are they available?
Whether or not they're available on the 3rd.
So let me just say, maybe we can accomplish it all in one day. Maybe we can't accomplish it all in one day. What I'd like to do is schedule a time to see you by Zoom to understand the scope of the hearing in advance of whatever the hearing date is going to be. So if we do a hearing on April 3 in Norfolk, I would like to see you March 13 or March 20. Pick a Friday in March, a couple weeks before the hearing, to hear how the proceeding is going to go. And I want to make sure I have whatever showing of prejudice the defendants want to try to make before the hearing, because I think it'll frame the hearing. I think it'll bracket the hearing. So
just preserve my objection. I don't think it's required, Judge, but I'm happy to do whatever the court orders me to do. I could do the 3rd.
What isn't required?
The showing of prejudice.
Oh, I think
the hearing. I understand your ruling, Judge.
I think because of the issue was late disclosure of evidence, and if that late disclosure of evidence creates a prejudice to the defendant, I think that is a showing. You may have to supplement it after the hearing. Maybe additional evidence of prejudice comes out during the course of the hearing, but I've asked for it. I think it's necessary. Hearing. I think it'll hear how the proceeding is going to go, and I want to make sure I have whatever showing of before the hearing to hear how the proceeding is going to go, and I want to make sure I have whatever showing of prejudice the defendants want to try to make before the hearing, because I think it'll frame the hearing. I think it'll bracket the hearing. So
just preserve my objection. I don't think it's required, Judge, but I'm happy to do whatever the court orders me to do. I could do the 3rd.
What isn't required?
The showing of prejudice.
Oh, I think
the hearing. I understand your ruling, Judge.
I think because of the issue was late disclosure of evidence, and if that late disclosure of evidence creates a prejudice to the defendant, I think that is a showing. You may have to supplement it after the hearing. Maybe additional evidence of prejudice comes out during the course of the hearing, but I've asked for it. I think it's necessary, and your rights are preserved on that. So how would the 13th be at 2 p.m. on Zoom?
That works for the couple.
That's fine, Your Honor.
This is only as to Mr. King,
This is only as to Mr. King.
Only as to Mr. King, right. So 3:13 on Zoom.
At 2?
At 2, and probably what we'll do is we'll do the Zoom I'll be in Boston then, and I'll do it on my Boston Zoom number, so we'll let you know what that login information is. So that will be the scope of the hearing on 4/3, and then we'll block off all day on 4/3. And Margaret, if you can try to see if we can get a courtroom, maybe this one, if nothing is happening on the 3rd, or if we can hold that day open for this hearing, 4/3 hearing in Norfolk. And that is King only. All right. Great. Anything else? No. Okay, so that is Mr. Johnson, Mr. De Los Santos, and Ms. Chanchillo. Next hearing, this February 12 at 2 regarding the status of discovery. And we'll deal with the King, Google, and Meta motions now, but Mr. Johnson can be excused, Mr. De Los Santos can be excused, Ms. Chanchillo can be excused.
Thank you.
Yeah, and these are just hearings. It's not even court dates.
I mean, they're kind of just hearings. They're shaping the trial in the sense that they're pretrial evidentiary motion hearings that determine the scope of admissible evidence at trial. But yeah, I'm commenting on Baker. This is funny. And Judge is still alive. Someone asked in Baker's chat, why does the defense have to show prejudice when the Commonwealth clearly failed in its duties in accordance with Rule 14? Because it's a burden-shifting exercise. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. But what it requires is you make the allegation that there was late disclosure or intentional non-disclosure of evidence. The judge has to determine it's like if it's harmless, it doesn't matter. So the initial showing is prejudice to your rights as a defendant. If the disclosure based on its temporal, like withholding or delay by the Commonwealth or mistake by the Commonwealth, is prejudicial per se, then okay, you get over that hurdle. It's a very initial barrier. And then all you're really showing is the substance of the new evidence. Although it might be damning, although it might be exculpatory, just the fact that it was turned over late is grounds for the court to proceed to the next level of the analysis. I'd analogize it to a threshold inquiry. When judge says he needs an initial showing of prejudice, he just wants to make the threshold inquiry to determine if this is harmless error. He doesn't want to waste his time on the substance of the evidentiary dispute if the discovery being withheld was harmless. But again, this is the King case. We're talking about, by analogy, looking at Aiden Turtleboy Kearney's case and thinking about, well, didn't discovery get withheld for a long time in that case? Oh, yes, it did, ladies and gentlemen. And then after discovery was withheld for a long time, do you want to know what happened next? Oh, I'll tell you what happened next. There was new discovery that was posted on social media and in an affidavit from Betterow that the state never turned over, directly bearing on Kate Peters' discussions with Ken Mello about a prosecution strategy for Aiden Kearney. Hello, bossy Texas chick. We do need a towel universe. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm trying. Oh my! I was like, why did my comments freeze? All right, I'm trying to get caught up on comments on my phone. We got to go back to this Proctor and King hearing to see the last part of the evidentiary discussion about King's Google and Meta accounts, and then we're going to go over to the Walshe hearing, and then we'll cover that until the end of the voir dire. Then we'll take live testimony, and then we'll wait until the state's case in chief is done. Then we'll watch to see what Walsh's defense is going to do. I'm a towel.
Okay. Now, Ms. Hickman.
Going back to the Commonwealth's two motions on the Rule 17, looking for subscriber and account information for two accounts that it has a good faith basis are related to the defendant, Miles King. The facts in this case, Your Honor, is outlined in the Commonwealth's motion and affidavit, is that in some of Mr. Simmons' dying breaths, when asked by a Milton police officer as to who shot him, he identified that individual as Mizzy Cash. As been pointed out by the defense opposition in grand jury, there was testimony by an officer, Binda, that he knows the defendant as Mizzy Cash, and that was the link, and how on that night they led to Miles King is the identification by Marquise Simmons.
So let me ask you a question. Yeah. I mean, I understand the tie-in between defendant allegedly and the name Mizzy Cash, and I understand the dying declaration. Assuming it's a dying declaration.
Correct.
We might get there, but yes. In any event, assuming it's a dying declaration, the question is 6 years of records, and that defense really argues over breadth, and it does seem to me that how that account was registered and used prior to the death, that is to say, what Mr. Simmons knew, who Mr. Simmons knew to be Mizzy Cash and who used the phrase Mizzy Cash is relevant, okay? Then there's a period of time when Mr. King is in custody, right? And then there is some information that you have shortly after Mr. King comes out of custody where he puts something out there as Mizzy Cash, you say, or uses that account.
He uses that the same YouTube account that there is a video that was put into the grand jury under the name Mizzy Cash, and an Instagram account that is used to communicate with Marquise Simmons in 2019 to 2020.
All right. So let me ask you why you are not asking for, whatever it is, 90 days prior to the homicide and the most recent period, which is the information that you have knowledge of.
The reason I'd be looking for the 2019 to 2020 is the Instagram account, as is in the screenshots that were attached to the Commonwealth motion, is in Marquise Simmons' phone. It's only Mizzy Cash with this Instagram identification. It doesn't say Miles King. So the fact that there is a connection apparently between the victim and this defendant back in 2019 to 2020 that they are communicating, I think is relevant to this particular case. And who the Instagram account
shows knowledge by Mr. Simmons of who Mizzy Cash is.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And that goes to his knowledge to be able to identify Mizzy Cash as the individual that shot him.
Okay.
So I would suggest the 19 to the 20 period of time where we have that communication between the two, that account information is relevant as to the phone number, subscriber information, and other information. And again, the Commonwealth is not asking for content. It is looking more for the subscriber information and billing information. So we're not looking for the contents of this particular account, either for the YouTube or the Instagram. And in fact, you can't do that with the Rule 17. It would be a search warrant. So the Commonwealth is not asking for that. It's who this account belongs to. And I'd say the same relevance goes to in and around the time of the homicide, that this is an account that is still in the name of this, believed to be in the name of Miles King, and that during that time that he is still being known as Mizzy Cash, and that this account is still in his name. And it's relevant, Your Honor, because Officer Binda, I expect, will testify that he is able to connect Mizzy Cash and Miles King as he sees this YouTube video that's put into the grand jury and says that is Miles King. And again, this is all connecting to the statement of Marquise Simmons identifying.
Okay.
I would suggest the 6-year period is relevant, is that this account has remained in the custody and control of this particular defendant. And in fact, within days of being released by the court, he's posting back on the YouTube channel, which again is the same YouTube channel. Officer Binda says the YouTube video he saw, and it's still up. And he's still identifying that Instagram account, which is identified in Mr. Simmons' phone as being his Instagram account. And so I would suggest that is the relevancy between this period of time.
I guess I don't understand the 6 month argument. I mean, I don't know if anybody
mean 6 year?
6 year. I don't know whether people are posting to that account or anybody is posting that account while Mr. King is in custody. But Mr. King comes out of custody, and then apparently there are postings to that account. It seems to me that that's the relevant period post-homicide. Pre-homicide, it's what was known to Mr. Simmons. Post-homicide, it's essentially admissions by Mr. King that I'm Mizzy Cash.
Correct.
Right? And so those would be all the much more recent period.
But again, I would suggest that going back to the fact of the 19 to the 20 time frame.
Well, I understand the 19 to 20 time frame. Okay.
And so that is where the Commonwealth is, why it's doing the benchmarks, Your Honor, as a period. I get it that there's a 6-year period of time, but it's during that time that this account has been held in the name of Miles King. That's why I say it would be relevant.
Okay. Yes.
Judge, I think you get my argument, which is it's overbroad. In this case, 6 years of information, especially during the time period after the death of Mr. Simmons in this case. Commonwealth's stated purpose is to be able to connect the two together. Once the victim is dead, there's no need to connect them any longer to anything. So I don't really think it's relevant at that point. I agree that the subscriber information is relevant. I agree that the information relative to the 2025 incident relative to subscriber information at that time is relevant, but that's not all the Commonwealth's looking for. They're looking for linked accounts. They're looking for IP addresses, and with IP addresses, they can the location of wherever my client was during that time period. So To the extent the court believes the subscriber information is necessary, certainly all of the other information that the Commonwealth is looking for that includes the information regarding all subscriber and billing information. I understand that. They want all associated email addresses. They want phone numbers, linked accounts, device information, account creation date, IP addresses, IP login history. And that's all well beyond just identifying my client as the holder of the account. And so to the extent that the Commonwealth is asking for any of that information, they haven't explained to you or in any of the pleadings how that becomes relevant at all, Judge, for a 6-year period.
All right, so I do have a question for the Commonwealth about that and the scope of the request. But let me ask you, Ms. Capiccio, about your Exhibit D. I think it's Exhibit D that you referenced. Let me just find it.
Yes. That would just be the grand jury minutes of Officer Bender, Judge, so you can see what he testified to in front of the grand jury. Is it not attached?
I don't think it is I'm sorry, it's the Commonwealth's motion, Exhibit D.
Okay.
Which relates to the July 25, 2025 information that Miles King posted a YouTube rap video titled First Day Out, including in the video a screenshot of an Instagram account, Mizzy Cash, back from the dead with a photograph of the defendant. That is information. I don't think it is I'm sorry, it's the Commonwealth's motion, Exhibit D.
Okay.
Which relates to the July 25, 2025 information that Miles King posted a YouTube rap video titled First Day Out, including in the video a screenshot of an Instagram account, Mizzy Cash, back from the dead with a photograph of the defendant. That is information that comes from a YouTube. I was a little bit, maybe I hadn't read this as carefully as I needed to. That is information that comes from YouTube, and it's already information that the Commonwealth has and can use if, you know, if it's admissible. I don't know why the more recent period is relevant as it relates to Miles King's use of the name Mizzy Cash.
It just shows the continuing use, Your Honor, that this Instagram has been in his custody and control for this period of time. And I think it is relevant to if at trial to introduce that he is still going by this name Mizzy Cash and he's still using the same accounts that he's been using for over, or at least using this name for the period of time that Mr. Simmons has been dead.
Okay. And what do you
have that in what they already have?
I'm sorry?
I would suggest they have that in what they already have, so they don't need to.
Well, it looks to me like what they have is a YouTube video where there's reference to Mizzy Cash 617, a screenshot. And it does seem to me that getting records from Instagram relating to the registration of that name belonging to Mr. King, even after the homicide, would be relevant. You know, would be
the subscriber information.
The subscriber information. No. I still have the question about the scope.
Yes.
And let me just find the description of exactly what the Commonwealth is looking for. Let me find it. Did you submit a proposed order?
I did, Your Honor.
I don't seem to have it in the material that I have.
They were attached on both. I have copies right here,
So
Your Honor.
I have Exhibit 165 and docket number 165, which has an affidavit and the memorandum, but I don't have the...
It's at the end right before the exhibits, Your Honor, before my certificate of service. I have a copy here on both of them.
Okay, great. I'd love to see it.
So it should be right before the certificate of compliance. The one I'm passing up is Meta.
Okay. Thank you.
And the second one will be the Google, Your Honor.
subscriber and billing information, including names, date of birth, associated email addresses and phone numbers, linked accounts. I don't know what linked accounts means. Device information, account creation date and IP address, and IP login history for Instagram account MizzyCash617. IP login history seems broader, and I don't really understand linked accounts.
Yeah, and the Commonwealth to be satisfied, the court would order the subscriber and billing information, including names, dates of birth, email addresses, because I believe he has to provide email addresses to have communications. Again, this would tie it back to Mr. King, as well as phone numbers, Your Honor.
Device information, account creation, and IP address, and IP login history would all come out.
I'd be satisfied if we just had that basic account information, Your Honor. But I would suggest that the emails associated with it are significant. Because there has to be communication with Instagram, is my understanding, with email accounts, and you have to provide an email account in order to have communications from Instagram as well as from YouTube.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll take both matters under advisement. Okay, we have next dates. We're all set.
Okay, you have the 12th of February, Judge, for this case as well at 2 o'clock.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, everyone. That was relatively efficient. The interesting procedural notes. Nothing's going to really come up about Proctor's cell phone for the next little bit. There is a lot more work to do in those cases, and Miles King got himself in some trouble by posting a YouTube video. That has interesting First Amendment implications, but it's not really directly bearing on Proctor's cell phone. Now, we're going right over to coverage of the Brian Walshe case. Now, this is going to start with a morning voir dire outside the presence of the jury. Oh, so let me write this. Okay, after a hearing about Michael Proctor's cell phone, we are now on to the final day of the state's case in chief as to the Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe trial. There will be a voir dire until 10 a.m. per judge's notes to counsel at the end of Tuesday. All right, I think that's an efficient summary. We are getting ready to move on. What a day. What a day to be a little towel. Thank you very much for joining me this morning. As I mentioned, we had a very specific, I almost said specific wrong, specific series of things we needed to cover today. We did basically all of them, ladies and gentlemen, back to back to back to back to back. Now we're going to watch the Walshe hearing, and we have a few things we have to figure out. And actually, we can poll on this. I want to poll on this. I'm interested in your towel thoughts. I'll leave this towel poll up throughout the day as people tune in to watch the Walshe hearing. Do you think Brian Walshe will testify in his own defense? Yes. No. All right, that's the first poll. Then we'll ask later about whether he'll call Proctor. So I'm interested in your thoughts. We obviously see Brian Walshe in the courtroom. Don't expect testimony to begin right away, though, unless there's been a change of plans. We have a morning voir dire. All right. What is that? That's outside the presence of the jury, and that involves judge sitting there listening to lawyers ask questions to an expert. And I think it's about DNA. I'm pretty sure. I remember them having their initial discussion about this. Look at me jumping all over the screen. I remember them having their initial discussion about this, but it was a few days ago. So I think a lot of us, there's been a lot that's happened in those few days. So that's what I'll say about that. All right, there we go. So let me get the Walshe hearing up for you. Perfect. And thank you very much for tuning in. I'll get these captions going as soon as we are live. And if you are just tuning in, if you've been watching the Walshe trial, the big question is really, is Walshe going to testify in his own defense? What defense is he going to put on, if any? And how is all that going to play out? So the big question that we asked right now was, or the first poll I did was, is Brian Walshe going to testify in his own defense? The leading answer is no, by 100%. So I think most people don't expect Walshe to take the stand, but you got to counter that with what Walshe said in his opening, or his lawyer said in the opening. Folks, come on now. He put up a defense that he found Anna Walsh's body, thought people were going to blame him, and then moved the body and lied to cops. How do you put on that opening and then have your lawyer say Brian Walshe will tell you and then not do it? Oh, goodness. You know what I'm saying? it puts you in a precarious position. Hey, Judge Middleton is streaming. You want to watch the misdemeanor plea court for 3-county district court in Michigan? Judge Middleton is a fascinating judge if you've never watched him. I used to watch the 323rd Judicial District with Judge Alex Kim down in Texas. And then I used to watch a lot of Three Rivers District Court in Michigan. I really love learning about the different court systems. It's just so fascinating to me. And Michigan is a very unique place indeed. All right, so my name is Grant Smith-Ellis, and as you can see, the Walshe hearing has not started. Is it because the expert isn't there? Are we not doing a voir dire? Are we going to do a truncated voir dire? Who knows? This is one of the things that you deal with when you're covering these kind of cases. Court may say, okay, we're doing a 9 a.m. voir dire. Then you get there, and judge is like, well, you know what? We all had a meeting, and we're not going to have a voir dire. All right? That's just how it goes when covering court cases. That's why I like to sit here with you and commentate. Someone was like, Grant, you just put a screenshot up on the screen. No, it's not a screenshot. I pause my camera and commentate so you can get the best possible video feed of the court. If I have my video feed running simultaneously, it causes a bit of an issue because there's a lot of buffer that occurs, so I just let you get the HD feed. Do we need an HD feed of a man I think is a monster in Brian Walshe? No, I do not think we need it, but I don't want to miss a single part because there's going to be a lot going on this morning. If they skip this voir dire, we're going to go right to the final state witnesses, and then we got to see. First, Walshe is going to make he's going to make a motion, which every defendant does, for a required finding him not guilty. It's going to be denied from the bench. And then we're going to figure out whether or not Brian Walshe is going to put on a defense. That's really the big question of the day. Although whether Walshe will testify after his opening, he pretty much has to. I know everyone thinks he's not going to, but come on, you told the jury you will hear from Brian Walshe. I get you can change strategy mid-trial, but they're going to remember that. They may not be lawyers, but they're going to remember your lawyer said the words, you are going to hear from Brian Walshe. And then you just don't testify. All right, well, at that point, you're just giving up. Throwing in the proverbial towel, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe he thinks his ship is sunk. He doesn't see a point. He'll just get himself in more trouble in prison. I don't know. But the point is, if he doesn't testify after that opening, this isn't like a traditional question of will they testify as a surprise or not. The lawyer said you are going to hear from Brian Walshe. So I think a lot of people thought this case went by quicker than they expected, and also that it was a relatively tight presentation of evidence by the state. There's not a lot of questions about his guilt, Walsh's guilt. The real question is, again, how is he going to do this defense? He telegraphed a certain defense in his opening. You're not bound to stick with it. Openings are not evidence, as you will learn. But I'll tell you right now, there's something it just completely tanks your credibility and your entire case if you say specifically in the opening. You have to decide on this as trial strategy before the trial. You have to say to the client, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but you have to say, I'm going to say in the opening, Brian Walshe will tell you X, Y, and Z. And you have to have a good faith basis that it's true. Okay? The client can't say I did it, and then you can't put the client up there and have them say they didn't do it. You literally have to have a reason to believe it's true. And the big question is whether he will get up there. If you don't get up there, just on the Walshe issue, forget about what other defense witnesses he calls. If you do not get up there as Brian Walshe after your lawyer says you will hear from Brian Walshe, then every other thing your defense does is pointless. Because every juror, I imagine, is going to go into the deliberation room and say, hey, remember when that lawyer said that we were going to hear from Brian Walshe? And you know how, I don't know about you guys, but you know how you were waiting? I was waiting for that. Another juror chirps in, oh yeah, I was waiting for that. Did you all think it was weird he just never testified? Oh yeah, I thought that was weird. You know what I'm saying? There's even for a layperson who has no idea about the justice system, it is an inescapable conclusion when you run into this situation. It's not even hidden. It's not a complex issue of law. It's just a question of, we heard he was going to testify, he didn't testify. That's what I'm saying. So I know a lot of you, 80% of you have voted no. I don't really think he has an option. I mean, his option is to not testify and go to jail for life, which he's probably already going to do. But my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Well, and then also remember, openings are not evidence. So attorneys saying things doesn't mean that it's evidence. And jurors, if they have good memories, they're instructed not to take it as evidence, but they can definitely think about it. And if they say, oh, I remember the attorney said something in opening and we never saw it, there's no punishment for the attorney, really, other than an objection maybe after the opening. There's no punishment. It's just the jury might be prejudiced against you because you said something and didn't deliver. That's a specific niche issue. If you say, I'm going to have evidence of, or I'm going to have a witness say, or, okay, maybe that gets muddled into everything else. What I'm pulling out here, and what is Walsh's biggest risk, I think, is that Walsh had his lawyer, and they clearly talked about this, say, you will hear from Brian Walsh. Those are kind of like magic words. They're not the same as saying you'll hear evidence of. Jurors' minds, when that's happening during an opening, you're not going to get that same level of spike of attention. You say something about the defendant will tell you X, or my client will tell you X, or Brian Walsh will tell you X. It's like a encoded moment. Like there's no way to get around it because everything you're trained for in the jury selection process is about the defendant. So if you hear that word, I'm going to hear from the defendant, your brain's going to be saying, okay, it's important that the defendant's going to talk. If the defendant just never testifies in light of the attorney saying that in opening, it's not really the attorney that faces the sanction or consequence from the jury. The jury's not going to think, oh, that attorney misled me in opening. The jurors are going to ask the question, why didn't the defendant testify? And that's what don't want. Yeah, exactly. He is cooked. His story's ridiculous. He's cornered. Waking up to finding the body and his body and then lying to cops because he thought people would accuse him of doing it. Just nonsense. But tactically, he's cornered because it's not the attorney that the jurors will look at negatively. It is Mr. Walsh. They will say you can't use his silence against him. They'll get an explicit instruction on that. And again, this will be hammered home to them over and over and over. You cannot use the silence of a defendant against them. But this is different because the attorney, he didn't open the door to it. The Commonwealth will never comment on it. But for an observer, even a very lay observer who has no idea what they're doing as a juror and is just there because they have to be, and they learned enough about the system through the training that they get, brief training, they paid attention to the judge, and all they really get is, okay, there's a prosecutor over there, there's a defendant over there, and he's got a lawyer. All right. What do you think the biggest thing they're going to pick up on is, even though they're not going to use his silence against him, they're going to pick up on he said that we're going to hear from Brian Walsh. Now, you could argue, yeah, they heard the interviews, whatever, but no, that's not the same. Brian Walsh's lawyer telegraphed that the jurors were going to hear from him. And now, since the state's case is coming to a close, and clearly we're not doing a morning voir dire because it was supposed to start at 9, and we're all just sitting here like little towels. And I don't think there was a morning voir dire. How do I know this? Because I watched it basically from the beginning. It just went from the clock to Brian Walsh's head. So Walsh has been in the courtroom for about 20 minutes, but there is nobody there on the stand, and we were supposed to have a voir dire about it's a specific like niche DNA issue. It's like whether the state police have good reason not to use what is it? DNA collected from bullet casings, and the reason this even became a dispute, it's kind of I forget why. It had to do with that might have been the King case. There is a DNA dispute here, and I don't think it has to do with bullet casings, but I think the witness might have been like talking about it, or maybe that was the King case. There is an evidentiary dispute about DNA in this case, and Whether it was the exact same issue as came up in the King case, like why the state police took so long to get a certain type of DNA tested a certain way or not, that was the basis of what the evidentiary voir dire. Oh, hold on. So the voir dire might be starting, but I just want to tell you, Nancy, the Court TV feed, you're getting it either from satellite or cable. It's always going to be a little ahead, but Nancy might have a little preview. So all the streamers, we all get access to the same pool feed, but that runs up onto YouTube and comes down. So if we don't see this start in the next minute or two, actually, let's jump over to Law and Crime. Okay. So, yeah, thank you, Nancy. You can see when you have TV, you get like a 20-second bonus buffer. All right, we're live. Nancy, the super towel, and Abby coming through to the rescue. All right, so this voir dire should be starting. The jury is not present, ladies and gentlemen. We are outside the presence, from what I understand. But let's wait for Judge to tell us that, okay? This is live, 9:51 on the court clock, so this is live, basically. Now, we might have to compromise the audio feed to get this live, but that's fine. I'll boost it. One sec.
All right, we can have Mr. Mutlu in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Mr. Jem Mutlu.
Just want to confirm this is outside the presence. 1 second, please. I think it is. I'm 70% sure it's outside the presence.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Thank you. Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And, sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included, and yeah, and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from D.C., which was taking a toll on her, and the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, and that, you know, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall I recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face-to-face, together, and a conversation obviously we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was, I want to make sure that we've got this right, the difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them, for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children frequently.
All right, so that's more accurate, and I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person, and
yes.
Yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and
Okay, but more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend, and other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now, the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take...
counter.
Kitchen counter.
Yeah.
Did you ever...
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
On the same side. On the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left.
directly side by side?
Directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And, sir...
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
And, sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that covers the subject matter of the Walshe. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes.
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you.
Sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so, yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We're very close friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyway,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Walsh on December 29th, 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. You have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children.
So, again, shortly after, I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. Okay. What I do not remember.
I assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the police?
I have not.
Right.
No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and you previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like us to be heard at sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that...
Hold on. Now you may speak.
Thank you. I apologize.
All right.
I don't have eyes back here. So...
You are unmuted.
Witness stated she told me there are marital issues, and then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children and traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation, and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that just to make sure that we're going to the right portion and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do let
these are coming in.
What's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one, that Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts. And that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in. the three parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. Great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
You may. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes.
Judge,
But you
really good
can go
at
do
this.
that.
Thank you very much.
I don't think there's anyone who doesn't like this judge.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
And she spends a lot of time on the issue, but she doesn't belabor it. We don't have to spend 20 minutes on voir dire. She knew how she was going to rule, and she did. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. We're now just waiting for the jurors to arrive. They're here. It's after 10 a.m. That was a quick voir dire. Thank you to Nancy Towell for letting us know it was coming. We got it immediately, basically. And my name is Grant Smith-Ellis, and now we'll just wait. You can hear the court mic is still hot. You won't be able to hear very much, though. Ladies and gentlemen, we lost our audio feed. They finally realized the mic was hot when Larry Tipton started talking. And you might be saying to yourself, towel, that's okay. Well, the jurors are on their way anyway. They were supposed to be there at 10. We're just waiting for the day to begin. I'm waiting to go get my towel lunch.
Just those, the next three.
Oh, yeah.
That was my own voice. I was listening to my stream. All right.
Thank you.
Jurors are coming. I'm a little Tao. Thank you all for your Tao support. Tao loved you all very much. And I am indeed a Tao. Don't believe anyone who tells you otherwise. They may say Grant's not a Tao. Well, you know what? I am a Tao. They're not Taos. How about that? Anybody who says otherwise is not a Tao. You might be saying to yourself, sir, are you a Tao? Yes, I am. I am a Tao. Born a Tao, and I'll continue to be a Tao. In any event, we're waiting now for testimony to begin. Jurors are here. They were here 15 minutes ago. Our voir dire is done, and it's almost lunchtime. We're going to go from, well, we don't actually know how long we're going to go because the state's case might be over in the morning. And none of you really think Brian Walshe is going to testify. Wait a minute, 50-50. All right, let's try another towel poll. Hold on. Right before the beginning of testimony, will Brian Walshe put on a defense of any kind? No. Yes. Proctor only. No witnesses at all. All right. Will Brian Walshe put on a defense of any kind, ladies and gentlemen? That is our next unscientific towel poll. We haven't even started testimony for the day, so you haven't missed anything. All you missed was a voir dire, and the witnesses, you kind of got a preview of what this witness is going to testify to. But what I'm interested in is, you're split down the middle on whether Brian Walshe is going to testify. Do you think he's going to put on a defense at all? All right, that's the next towel poll. It'll take a few minutes to populate, but you should see it. You'll have the opportunity to vote on it. Let me know your thoughts throughout the day. Do you think, as the state winds down its case in chief in the Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe case, that we are going to see Brian Walshe just not put on a defense, which is a defense? Not putting on a defense is a defense of kinds. Proctor is on the Brian Walshe witness list. That is correct, Nancy Towell. Hello to Abby as well. Make sure to wear your goggles. It's cold out there today, Abby. But yes, Michael Proctor on the Walshe witness list for the defense. Do we have jurors? We're monitoring. Jurors? Any jurors? Do we have the jurors? Maybe they were hungry. Maybe they wanted some food. Can't blame them. We started late. We didn't actually start late. The voir dire just started late. Alrighty. Yes, indeed, Nancy. Michael Proctor is on the state's witness list. All right, here we go. Any moment now. Where are you, little towels? Where are you, little towels? The jurors are little towels now. We've designated them towels. I'm sure they're thrilled. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am monitoring to see if other things are going on. Let's see, what else do we have going on today? No other hearings today. Just the Walshe hearing. So this is what we'll be monitoring.
Jurors entering, all rise.
Jurors entering. Abby, solemn. Abby definitely just stood up. Nancy's baffled. Abby knows the jurors get respect. All right, Abby. You have a good morning with Nancy? Abby's like, is the TV talking to me? Yes, it is, Abby. Directly to you. What? All right, let's get ready. Jurors are here. Ladies and gentlemen, jurors have arrived. They are jurors. They have arrived. I don't know how many witnesses are left. All right, we'll find that out together.
All persons have anything to do for the Honorable Judge Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave attendance, and you shall be heard by the Commonwealth. May be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom.
start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media? Yes. And you all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions, for the record, I'll answer in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jem Mutlu.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Right this way, sir. Just take your time. Just watch your step. Thank you. Sure. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Just pull that chair a little tighter. Sure. Okay, keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could you please spell your name for the record? Sure. It's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M. And could you tell us your name, sir? Jem Mutlu. Sir, what do you do for work? I'm a realtor. How long have you been a realtor? About 25 years. And what geographic area do you sell? Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts. Commercial or residential? Residential. And, sir, are you familiar with Brian Walshe? I am. Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walshe? We met at a leadership program back in 2020. Can you tell us the name of the leadership program? Boston Breakthrough Academy. And so, how long did the program go on for? It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer. And so you met Mr. Walshe at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program? In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other. And so, did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program? Yes, I did. Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walshe? Yes, I am. How are you familiar with Anna? I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet. And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out. Sure. Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walshe ever work for you? Yes, she did. When did you hire Anna Walshe to start working for you? It was the summer of 2020. And what was her role for you? She was our director of operations for my team. And your team, how large was your team at this point in time? When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, etc. And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walshe? We became very close as friends. And when did she stop working for you? It was the spring of 2022. Why did she stop working for you? In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a
a stellar job opportunity in D.C. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children?
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team, is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walshe?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walshe?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walshe?
Yes.
Where was that property?
In Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property,
Or rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
And sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer...
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
Sure.
And then once that passes...
Of course.
It's kind of tough to compete with that.
Of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal, again, or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walshe was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she... Well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had...
Let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walshe during this conversation on December 29, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walshe are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, What did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
While I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right. I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection. Move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
Sir, what did she say about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walshe not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken. Okay. I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
All right. We'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll
sir,
have another
again,
question.
Sure.
Thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walshe?
On December 31st.
Where did you get to see Anna Walshe?
At their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah.
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
About 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car?
There was no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so, tell us what happened when you got there at the Walshe house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me?
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. she came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door, we hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so, when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure. It was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
All right. Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very happy to see me, and yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so, when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools at the kitchen, and Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes.
Who joined the three of you?
Their oldest son.
And what happened when he joined the three of you?
He ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fasto." And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes.
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
We all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. How will the seat published?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as 3 photos, 2 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Yeoman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as Exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes.
And are you able to read the writing on the box in Exhibit 257?
Yes.
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
Sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet, we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have Exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes.
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
Yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jen.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Anna?
Nope.
Did you have any concerns about her health?
Physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walsh told you he had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that he had, it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late, and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30, because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. And I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how'd you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, "I love my necklace"?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walshe?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so, do you believe you sent it to those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, "Thomas just found my phone"?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walshe via cell phone?
Before January
2nd? Yes.
Any conversations?
Calls?
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walshe on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30 that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation? His demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even-keeled or way more toned down. for somebody who's
I move to strike. All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
his tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And, sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walsh?
No.
Have you heard from her?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mm-hmm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay. And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh.
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and
Okay.
we were in the same room.
Okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time, no.
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
That's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh.
Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
Okay. And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that process. And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague? In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program and thereafter? Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family and Anna, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess it's just what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls, and we ended up raising, well, about, I think, $80,000, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall, and we were told that hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one. But I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assume that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Years spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day. When she worked for me, she would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
And you had told us that you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship
And Anna
required.
would come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days, usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you?
He did?
He was proud of her?
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It was a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations is basically she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, she did everything. A director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description. But I do remember asking her, "Is there anything you wouldn't do?" She came from hospitality, and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me, and she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression, and yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And Did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours.
So I'm going to stop you.
Yes.
When you, as you say, suspended her, had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Anna was important to you professionally.
And as a friend, yes.
And
both.
Personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours.
That is correct.
And you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes.
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea, yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further.
That is correct.
To let you know that they cared about you and loved you.
That's correct.
And that this is what was best for Anna.
That's correct.
And what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you got to support her, right?
I do remember that. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes.
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
That's correct.
It was something important to you.
Absolutely.
And it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the D.C., Virginia area at the time, so there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told, and that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts.
That's correct.
Because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
Okay. And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings. And you went to support Brian.
I did.
And you went also to support Anna.
That's correct.
Because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there.
That's correct.
And I believe there were other friends of Anna and Brian who had gone?
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna?
I was sitting next to Anna.
And your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration. Or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna?
I don't believe so.
Well, you say I don't believe so. Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours or the friendship with her?
She did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Very long sidebar here. Hello, social change warrior. Thank you for your question. I had a very good final. I'm so glad that it was done, and I'm just looking forward to getting my towel lunch today, and I'm so grateful to be with you all. Social change warrior says, when working with people in major marital problems, inviting people over sometimes is a distraction. They typically fake it until they make it. The narcissistic one will criticize the empath in public. Very interesting. Thank you, social change warriors. Appreciate that comment and your well wishes and about my final.
At this hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing. Right?
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out.
Would looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Page 53.
Counsel.
Oh, I might. I sent these to you guys. So I don't know what to do.
Can I just see your face?
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
Just going to approach you. Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top of the page?
Until the bottom, until...
Sure. So we actually started...
Just
Read to yourself.
Read to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. That's it.
Okay. Just going to come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I'm going to object to this line of question, Your Honor.
He can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it does.
I don't recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point, you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush.
Objection.
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Anna Walsh told you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you at
you.
the side of the bench.
Sidebar is over.
You had mentioned that when Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text?
That's correct.
And she started working in D.C. for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022?
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in D.C. or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah.
Okay. And you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant? A confidant?
A confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers.
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her.
Yes.
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
That's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022 that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job?
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night.
Okay.
On December 31st.
Okay. And you also told us Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year?
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses?
Correct.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's?
That's correct.
And I think you said that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well, I don't know. No, Brian was not on the phone with her. No, absolutely.
And this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them?
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before.
Okay.
So I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was
home?
out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially.
Okay.
But also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
Okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere?
That's correct.
And you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay.
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
Okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And
so let me just ask
happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
Yeah.
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property?
That's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million, roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
Okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property.
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay.
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
Okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes.
And you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first, and then D.C.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, D.C. for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to D.C. with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walsh and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation...
You're talking about Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walsh and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or... Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walsh and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walsh family.
Thank you.
To Will Fasto.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walsh never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No.
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walsh for Will Fasto.
No.
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
Not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close.
Okay.
But she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship.
That I can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family.
That's correct.
And you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue. No.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so. That I always thought that there was a lot of love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you.
That's correct.
And sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes.
So Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained. I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walshe to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did.
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
Very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing Anna?
Yes.
And looking forward to seeing Brian?
That's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes.
And she was obviously excited to see you.
Yes.
And you said it was cold out.
Yes.
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
Yes.
And then you walk in the house together.
That's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your arm?
She was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug.
Okay.
And then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen.
Okay.
He was there. Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in a hug.
Absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes.
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
That's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah.
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne.
That's correct.
And everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but...
a selfie, yeah.
Sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem, to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian.
All three of you together.
All three of us together, correct.
Okay. And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other.
Yes,
And Brian's preparing food, and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes,
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian? Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall.
Okay.
I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom. Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step. Stand up in the circle.
Sure. Thank you.
Take step down. You may step down. You can go right back outside. You may be seated, everyone else. Yes. He's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the relevance of going in down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer with this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
Hello, I am a towel. I don't mean to startle you, but I have a cheeseburger. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, what kind of cheeseburger did you get? Well, guess I can show you. Why not? I had a coupon. Oh, I can't show you. So I had a coupon for a 30% off cheeseburger, and I went and got it. And apparently they have these new Grinch fries at McDonald's. So I went and I got my 30% off cheeseburger, which was a good deal. I got 4 cheeseburgers. I'm going to eat 2 now, 2 later for $6. And then I wanted to get these Grinch fries. I have no idea what they are. They're apparently pretty cool. So while we're on break, I'll tell you about how I got the cheeseburger and these Grinch fries. Apparently what I'm supposed to do is I pour the fries into the bag. Then I take this Grinch salt, which I hope is good, because if it's not good, I'm going to have done this for no reason. Okay, it smells pretty good. What is that? Is that pickle? I don't know if I'm going to like this. Why does it have such a pickle flavor? Oh, dill pickle seasoning. Nope, I don't like dill pickles. Not happening. So I spent 20 cents on dill pickle seasoning I'm not going to be eating. I don't like pickles. I'm sorry. You will not get to find out how the Grinch french fries are from McDonald's today, because I'm not eating pickle-flavored french fries. Oh, thank you, Nicola. Yes, I did. Nancy, all right, you know what? Fine. For Nancy, I'm doing this. Nancy, I will show you on camera the Grinch fries, okay? They come with this Grinch salt. It has dill pickle seasoning. Might not be easy to see. Okay? Oh, goodness. All right, Bunny, I'm doing this for you. I can't eat a whole bag of them, but I am going to dip one of these fries into dill pickle seasoning, and I'm going to tell you what I think of it. Oh, dear God. Oh, this is a really bad idea. I don't want to do this. Oh, I've become one of these streamers. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. I really don't want to do this. You don't understand how much I don't like pickles. Ugh. For you, Nancy and Bunny. Huh. 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 Okay. So it's kind of like if you put a French fry on a burger as a topping, and then you eat the burger and there's a pickle in the bite with the French fry. That's the best way I can describe it. It has like a zesty kind of lime. If you like dill pickle, you're going to love this. It's and it's not artificial. It's kind of like the aftertaste of eating a burger with a pickle on it. And then there's some French fry in there. It's a very complex and strange series of flavors. I'm a little baffled by the whole thing, frankly, but I thought it would be a good idea. So it's, I wouldn't say it's horrible. Let me try another one. Hold on. What if I put, I have a plan. What if I put ranch dressing, because I got some ranch. What if I put ranch on the French fry? All right, this is an art form. Then what if I take the ranch dipped French fry and I put it into the seasoning? Oh, that's a little too much seasoning. Okay, now what does it taste like? Oh. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. That really does something to a French fry. It makes it very different than a regular French fry. I kind of want to pour it on the whole bag now. But I don't really like dill pickle. I wish there was any flavor. It's kind of like pickle-flavored chips. When you eat a pickle-flavored chip, it kind of on the palate. That's kind of what I'd describe it as. Just give me regular salt, says Nancy. We need taste testing shows with Grant. Fine. I will just eat random things and tell you what I think about them. This one was very random. I mean, overall, I feel like if you like dill pickles, if you are just a very specific fan of dill pickles, you are going to like this. All right? Now, I am not a fan of dill pickles. I am perfectly okay with my regular, like Nancy said, with my regular salted fries and a little ranch dressing or honey mustard, sweet and sour sauce, something like that. All right? But I can see why someone might like that. All right? I don't need that in my life. But I can see this could be a thing. I think they got to mess with the flavors. But, like, if they had, like, some other flavor that was not dill pickle, I would be all about this. It's kind of a new... Obviously, seasoned fries exist. But what makes it work is a seasoning bag with the seasoning and the fries. It just works. I think they're going to do this more, which I'd be a fan of. Bunny's like, I like the pickles, I don't eat the meat. The Social Change Warrior says they love dill pickles on the side, but as they've aged, they give them an allergic reaction. Yeah. I wouldn't say I have an allergic reaction to them, but they definitely, it holds on the palate. And that's why it works for the French fry thing. Because you eat the French fry, and you get a little potato, but then the potato's gone when you chew it, and then what lingers is this, like eating a pickle chip. Karen's pickle chips. Like eating a pickle chip, but like more zesty. Okay, so that's my review of the Grinch fries. They're pretty good. Overall, I give this, even as a non-pickle fan, I give this a 6 out of 10. 6.5 out of 10. Could have been a little better. I think if we had like some other seasoning options, I know the Grinch and dill pickle goes well, but they would have made this, like, this can definitely be a thing. McDonald's should hire me to tell them how to make, like, good meals. I just have an idea for McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Now, apparently people in Rhode Island enjoy vinegar on their fries and potato chips. Yeah, so the main ingredient in this is definitely vinegar. It, like, that, there's no doubt. It's a very strong, but it's not just like vinegar. It complements itself with the seasoning that makes it closer to a pickle, which is fascinating. So, yeah, Bunny, you got to go to McDonald's. Listen, McDonald's is going to call me and be like, okay, we want you to tell people about McDonald's on your stream. And I'll be like, listen, I'll tell people whatever you want. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, no pun intended. If I don't like the product, I'm going to tell them. But McDonald's wants to tell me, give me, like, products, and I will eat them and tell people about them. I'm all about it. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be great. I can't, listen, I just need calories. I've lost so much weight over the past 3 years, like, and I was already not doing well. Even if it's bad calories, just give me free calories, you know? So I think somebody should email McDonald's and be like, listen, there's this guy, he's a towel. He's hilarious. He will review your food. Just give him coupons. We got a plan, ladies and gentlemen. We have a plan. But yeah, let me pause this camera because I do want to eat my cheeseburger. You're going to keep watching the Brian Walshe hearing? Yes, Bunny, Bunny, we want your review. So we have a review from someone who doesn't like pickles. We're going to get the Bunny review from someone who does like pickles. You know what I'm saying? Bunny's like, I'm hungry. Well, Bunny, if you go to McDonald's today, you got to email McDonald's and be like, listen, I went to you today because I watched this guy on YouTube who thinks he's a towel. And a lot of people watch him, apparently, because there's a lot of views on his Twitter. He told me about your Grinch fries, and even though he doesn't like pickles, I got hungry and went to McDonald's because of this man. You should hire him. Not to do anything in particular, just to eat your food and tell people about it. And then I'll do it. And Nicola, you tell McDonald's in the UK, you say, listen, I came to your restaurant because there was this strange man, this very nice man who thinks he's a towel, and he told me all about your French fries. I got hungry and went to McDonald's. All right, we got a plan. Listen, Nancy will go to one McDonald's. Bunny will go to another. Nicola will go to another. By the time we're done with this, like 78 countries, there will be people going to McDonald's being like, listen, I came here because this guy who's a towel told me that I should eat McDonald's. It's a genius plan. Listen, it's genius. I've thought this through for at least the past 60 seconds. Clearly, I have a genius plan. That's what I'm saying, Bunny. What if you walk in there and the McDonald's guy is like, yeah, I'm a towel too. I should tell my boss. Oh, goodness. We don't get half the options you have. Yeah, Nicola, listen, I think that your food production standards might be a little stricter. Have you ever looked into the requirements, for example, brewing beer in Germany? You can only have 4 ingredients, ladies and gentlemen. And you might be saying to yourself, great, well, how do they have different brands? Well, yeah, have you ever tried a Camel Blue versus a Camel Yellow versus a Marlboro, whatever the hell, in the UK? I don't smoke cigarettes, but they're all the damn same thing. The Camel Yellow, a Camel Blue, an Egyptian Camel Yellow, all et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm telling you, the worst thing ever is going to the UK, apparently as someone who had roommates when I was in the UK that smoked when they were in America. They would say straight up that the British cigarettes were all the same and there was no point in even buying different brands. Everything was the same. So, the next time we have McDonald's, there'll be a poster-sized image of Grant as a towel eating French fries. Listen, it's a genius marketing campaign, you know. Be a towel. Imagine if South Park got involved and we all got together and did ads for McDonald's that was on the basis of the South Park guys reacting to the fact that I call myself a towel in homage to Towley. You know, Towley pops up from time to time on South Park. He's mostly in the White House, like just on like a drying rack for President Trump. But he's there. He's been there the past few episodes. But yes, I think it could work too. I think we need more towel in like the world of McDonald's, and towel needs more McDonald's. All right, court could. How long are they on recess? I thought it's just the mid-morning break. And this witness has 15 minutes to go, so I imagine we're going to get going pretty soon. For now, hang out, watch the clock. It's better than the fan, and I'll be with you after I eat my cheeseburger. I would like to report my cheeseburger is delicious. Thank you for your attention to this report.
You are unmuted.
Active morning recess.
Please be seated. Court's now sitting in front of the cell phone.
Oh, the witness back on the stand.
Just watch your step. Sure. Thank you. Have a seat. Just remind you, keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
that's correct.
And she was telling you that Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
that's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it. Correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday?
I don't have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4.
Yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you.
That's correct.
That you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing, no.
You said the night was joyful.
That's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I think. I mean, they seemed happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So
let me ask you this.
I did know a couple of days in advance that
So let
she.
me just stop you for a minute.
Thank
okay?
you. Sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years.
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand.
To listen, to understand, yes.
And I think you just said people are complex.
That's correct.
And so you, in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities.
Yes.
To see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
Sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Mm-hmm.
You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that point. And I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay. But in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you had spent time with Brian Walsh, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but it was.
She brought pastries to your home in the South End,
Sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful.
Jovial.
Jovial, as full of hope. And on your
I'm not sure.
before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm going to stop you.
Sure.
You all signed the champagne bottle, right? You took
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course. Thank you.
I understand.
Of course.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that, yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days, and our community had not been correct. We had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand, and the tone of voice was not panicked.
So let me just ask you my question again.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes.
of your good friends
Yes.
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning.
Yes.
The mood was joyful and happy.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief, Your Honor. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex.
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
And I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems, the characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact words.
Sure. I recall.
Why don't we state the question again?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying.
Sure.
What is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
When you state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Please seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that.
Defense opened the door. This is redirect. I'm sorry, the defense opened the door. Redirect is limited to the scope of cross. What? I mean, you knew this was going to happen, defense. Maybe I missed something about how Judge said she was going to approach this, but object all you want. It's redirect. You let it in, defense. That's how I think about it. I would rule for the state. Sidebar. But yeah, I would rule for the state here. Because defense walked into this. This is redirect. They broached it on cross. So, I don't know. They really wanted this out. Walsh's lawyers really wanted this witness's description of a fissure in the relationship between Brian and Anna Walshe not in the record. And the question was, like, the witness doesn't know this because he was not in the room when Judge ruled. But the witness can't get into, like, marital breakdown, Judge said. But the witness can describe other things. And Judge said, listen, if the witness starts describing something you don't like, or you think it gets into that line, just tell me, and we'll see you at sidebar. That's what we're doing now. This was telegraphed. The defense attorney was basically welcomed to do it, but we still have to do the sidebar. I think the defense is going to lose. Like I said, redirect and redirect coupled with opening the door on cross. Sorry, I just don't see a lot of room here for the defense. So, yep, Social Change Warriors agrees. Hello, Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Hello, Nancy. How are you all doing, little towels? It's great to see so many of you. I saw Bunny in there, Nicola, chatting away. I just had a wonderful towel cheeseburger. I have some energy now. I was pretty tired before. Now I'm awake. And because I'm awake, we will sit and we will see what happens. The state's case is about to end. Yeah. But yes, in any event, we are monitoring and the sidebar is protracted. But again, I don't think the defense stands a chance. So why exactly we're going through this is mostly pro forma to preserve the grounds for appeal. You have to actually vociferously object. And I'm in town. All right, we'll continue monitoring the sidebar.
Let's try that question again.
So, sir, and I know it's been 3 years. It has been. To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say that people are complex? Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th, on the 29th, she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
Can Your Honor move to strike?
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're all
I understand.
jumping in the middle. And
Sure.
And sir, it's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
All right. So you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? And if you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are complex.
Move to strike. Maybe
All right, I'll strike the end. Redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right. So just on December 29th, what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being...
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlene Ramdahal. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time, just watch your step.
Thank you.
You can do me a favor, just hold your voice, please. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlene Ramdahal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlene, M-A-R-L-E-N-N-Y. Last name Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts.
Where is your office located?
In Taunton.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walshe?
Since November of 2021.
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walshe in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walshe, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions, to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities. So things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife Anna was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged?
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children 8 to 10:30. Pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023, being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
If I might have one moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said the Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st? He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And there were, to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct.
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process. That'd take quite a while to go through the federal court process.
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth and call Anthony McCrenna.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Take your time to watch your step. Just here and there a little more. You can have a seat. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrina, M-A-C-R-I-N-A.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how in that time you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered Southeastern Mass, so it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes.
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
Correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes.
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
So you can have the thumb drive next to the ground?
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence is 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. McCrenna, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro-exit purchasing? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the Pro Exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrenna, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
Yes.
How are you able to find a receipt that corresponds to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police.
And so then you look up the item number?
Looked up the item number and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
In good faith?
Yes.
And you turned this over to the police in January 2023?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261?
You may.
Thank you. Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom? Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds p.m.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Gotta be getting close to the end. We're gonna go to lunch at a certain point, but we're pretty much done. I don't know how many more witnesses there are. There's more damning footage of Brian Walsh.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Callie Roy, Paleo Logos.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Take your time, just watch your step, okay? You can have a seat. We'll
Thank you,
chair
sir.
a little closer. Just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak, okay? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? Will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better. Okay. Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroy Paleologos, Kaliroi, last name Paliologos.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
And in January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really large complex.
Yes, sir.
What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, In January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turned these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos, or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. There's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Might be almost over.
Okay.
Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
We'll just see what happens after the jurors exit.
Follow me, watch your step, please.
Be seated. Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Close in recess.
All right, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Court is in recess for the lunch break. What shall we do? What shall we get caught up on? I guess we can get caught up on some of the news from this morning's Michael Proctor hearing. I think there is a bunch of bombshells about to drop, and let's take a look at what Towel was reporting. Also, I'm shocked. There's over 5,000 people who watched on the Towel X today. That's impressive. We are, let's see, Boston 25 at 2,000, Brother Counsel at 776, Young Jerks at 753, Defense Diaries 653. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, people like watching Towel stream, and we'll put this Brian Walshe trial away for the lunch recess. But look at this, little towels. I am just thrilled. I think it's a good day to be a towel. And let's take a look right now at this. Look at it. Look at it, little towels. I'll zoom in for you on the stats in a second. But there it is, little towels. Towel with 5,000 up at the top there. What a day to be a towel. Yes, those are your midday towel ratings for day 8 of the Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe case. That would be a, should we initiate Operation Towel Takeover? Did the state rest? No, the state has not yet rested. So everyone we hold your horses until after lunch. We have not had a rest from the state. We don't know if the state has another witness or not. We're going to wait till after lunch. I don't know what we're taking over, Nanya, exactly, but, you know, that's cool. Do you want to, can someone, I actually am pretty full. I had a cheeseburger for lunch, and then I had some French fries. Then we did a dill pickle seasoning tasting, the new McDonald's Grinch fries. It was okay. 6.5 out of 10 on the towel scale. And now we're going to spend some time together during lunch to see where this Walshe case is going. Is the state going to rest? Will the Brian Walshe do his normal motion? Every defendant gets a motion for required finding him not guilty. That'll get denied. Will Walshe present any evidence? I don't know. For the first time during this trial, there are actually questions as to what is going to happen next. So those of you who have been watching for the past 8 days, thank you very much. I think we missed only 1 day of coverage of this trial, 1.5 days. That was Monday of this week and then Tuesday because I was taking a final. And I am done with law school. I'm a little towel. You want to see me? Look at me. I'm a little towel. You see the color coming back on my face? I'm starting to slowly feel better. I'm going to need to rest a little bit. And over the coming days, hopefully that will happen. Tomorrow we have CCC coverage. I think we'll probably have closings in Walshe. But then, no matter what, we'll take the CCC hearing because they're finishing up their major social consumption regulations. Now, folks, a lot of you may have read some of my earlier work, but if you go on my Patreon, I've covered regulatory affairs for years and years and years. And there are two simultaneous things going on with the Massachusetts CCC. This is the agency that regulates adult and medical use operators in the state. One, there's a bill up on Beacon Hill that's in a compromise committee, I'm pretty sure, to, it might not be there yet, but it's getting there, to reform the agency, reduce the number of commissioners, change how it functions, etc., etc. Big things on the horizon. But there is also a decision being made tomorrow, and oh my goodness, little towels. Tomorrow, the game changes. If it won't change for a lot of you, none of your lives will probably be impacted by this. But for certain people, tomorrow's a big day. Why? Because the final social consumption regulations get voted on. So it's a cause for celebration for a lot of people who want to see the new license type. We're talking social consumption spaces, smoking lounges like Amsterdam style. We're talking vape bars. We're talking shelf-stable edibles, other type of food options. You name it, ladies and gentlemen, it is on the table going forward. Now, the timeline for this regulatory promulgation is as such. They will take the vote. So they've been working for months on this. They've been taking draft votes. You might be saying, Grant, they have voted on this like 47 times. Well, they weren't really voting on it. What they were doing is preparing draft regulations to be voted on as a final set of regulations. You have to vote on the draft like 7 times because it keeps changing and you find other things you want to talk about, and maybe like something's in the scope. There's like a scope of a regulatory rewrite, like something's within the scope, something's not within the scope, like what can be included, what can't be included. It's this convoluted process. It takes forever. People think the government doesn't do anything. Let me just tell you, some of the government does a lot of work. They don't really go yelling about it, but they sit there for months and months and months and they work on these like complex changes to the regulations, and they got to make sure it survives like potential challenge, and they got to get public comment, and they got to rewrite it, and they got to debate it, and they got to vote on it. They got to get consensus. Then tomorrow's the big day. Who knew that button made confetti? I love it, Nanya. Make it rain, Nanya confetti anytime you want. But the reason tomorrow's a big day, and I'm happy to talk about this, because I finally have some time to just decompress with you all, and I'm not running around like a chicken or a towel with my towel head cut off. So, tomorrow, the CCC will vote on social consumption. What this means is it's the final regulatory revision. It's done. It's signed, sealed, and delivered, crossed with a T, dotted with an I. Madam Chair, Shannon O'Brien, Commissioner Roy, the new commissioner, I know her name, but I don't remember right now because I've never interviewed her. And then Commissioner Stebbins will all vote. They need 3 votes. Once they carry, it'll get promulgated to the Secretary of State within 2 weeks. That'll get published in the state register. Then it's law. All right. Now, here's why this has monumental consequences. Listen. Every event in the Commonwealth, I don't care if you facilitate the consumption of cannabis. I don't care if it's related to cannabis. It doesn't matter. You are regulated now by the CCC. There's no stopping it. The train has left the station. It's going to be law before you can do a damn thing about it. And it has so many consequences for these events. Now, personally, what pushed me over the line was a lot of the politicking within those events. I thought it was it was just uncouth morally, and in particular the sale of cannabis products. I was very uncomfortable with people taking like Cali packs and moving them. All right, I was never okay with that. I didn't think that was the point of cannabis events. It was making me incredibly uncomfortable when I saw pictures of it going around. Now, if you were someone who was engaging in that behavior, basically like pseudo-regulated, like open drug markets under the auspices of like cannabis event permitting, your world, it was okay for the past few years, but it is about to come crashing down and nothing you've ever seen before, ladies and gentlemen, because going forward, all events, I'm talking the thing on the Boston Common, I'm talking the thing out in Worcester, any event, whether you have consumption, doesn't matter. If it touches cannabis, it's now regulated under a new state and local schema where you must get a host community agreement. All of your organizers and staff must register as agents. You must get a full safety briefing approved by the CCC and your local authority. And this supplants existing permitting schemes. So anyone who had prior permits that they obtained on the local level, those permits don't even matter anymore because you cannot get this new permit without the CCC's approval. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's to be an event organizer or a social consumption space, there's no way around it. Because if you just don't get it, you're regulated by them by virtue of their wording, not what you do. So they just show up with some interagency task force, and now all your vendors and all the people there are exposed. That's what they're doing. Now, before we talk more about this, let's talk about the government agent standard. If Kate Peter was a CI or a PI, so what? And Lindsay's phone was not leaked. Police were required to turn it over. No, that's not true. The phone was turned over by Brian Tully in April of 2024 in the context of discovery of the Norfolk Superior Court cases, and Brian Tully did not redact it, and Ken Mello made an oral promise that it would be redacted, and it was not redacted. Now, let me say this. I think what happened was Lindsay Gattani was an unwitting honeypot. She got into the situation with Turtle Boy. Whatever happened between them, they had a falling out. Lindsay went looking for help, and unwittingly, because she didn't have the same social and political connections as some of the other witnesses like Jen McCabe or others, Lindsay became a honeypot. So without Lindsay knowing, the state police psychologically profiled Aiden, used Lindsay as an unwitting honeypot, and then when Lindsay was useless, after Aiden got out of jail and the RO got amended, they released Lindsay's phone extraction to help their friend, Jen. That's my opinion. We know the phone extraction was arrested. We know the phone extraction was manipulated to have messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate to Lindsay removed, as well as a recording of Leah Genduso. Whether that was obstruction of justice, I don't know, FBI, DOJ corruption survivor. I think you're asking the wrong question. If Tully's manipulation of the production was purely to protect himself and Kate Peter, is that obstruction? Yeah, I mean, now, was it perjury when Brian Tully put in an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, that Aiden Kearney submitted a forged federal document during a copyright dispute with Kate Peter, when in fact Kate Peter submitted that forged document? I don't know. Is that perjury? You have to really think about, did he correct the false statement? I'm not a lawyer. But yeah, I do think there's some questions, just not at all about Lindsay. It's about, did Tully make a material misrepresentation to the court in his sworn affidavit? Why did Cosgrove withhold the Kate Peter email from February 14th? 2024 to Ken Mello outlining a legal strategy for prosecuting Aidan Kearney. Does Brian Tully's constructive removal of evidence from Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, only involving messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay and a recording of Leah Genduso, as far as we know. Leah Genduso sent an audio note to Lindsay and it was removed from the extraction but on Lindsay's phone. And of course, Leah Genduso happened to be a former state police officer. Is that obstruction? It's definitely altering with evidence. I think there's some serious questions about that. Is it more federal or state? I don't really know. I think Adam Deutsch coming into Norfolk County and taking over probably does mean that he's going to get access to records that demonstrate whether Cosgrove or Tully or Kate Peter or Jen McCabe or Morrissey made material misrepresentations to the court. Would that allow Deutsch to potentially charge Kate or some of these other people? Yeah, I mean, it certainly is a possibility, but no, I don't see that at all for Lindsay. I think the reason why so many of Kate Peters' people are smearing Lindsay is because Lindsay was able to provide the evidence that demonstrates that there was material withholding of discovery in the Aidan Kearney case to protect Kate. That was one example. And then also, of course, there's all this indication that the phone extraction was released while Mello was in the hospital, brought by Brian Tully, and in a way that protected only Brian Tully and Kate Peter and Leah Genduso and exposed 15 years of Lindsay Gattani's unredacted cell phone records to the public. Now, how Jason Broyles ties into this and whether this is to do with Jen McCabe's brother-in-law, Mike McCabe or Matt McCabe, whoever these people are, in their digital company, and whether Broyles knew Kate in 2019. Broyles is that Haley Walbrecht woman that pretends to be a woman online. Whether all these people are in the digital orbit of Kate Peter because they either were doing digital work or because Kate like pred hunts and she has a bunch of people in her orbit where like she goes and like catfishes the preds and then brings them back and then her people go and get the preds. That would explain Kate's connections to like that world, because the police would obviously benefit from that kind of intel. And then Kate and Aidan Kearney obviously worked together till 2019. I think Kate's just a different version of Aidan, but packaged more neatly, and Kate tries to position herself next to the Netflix people so that Gretchen will portray Kate as the Charlotte of the internet rather than like the female Aidan Kearney. So, but yeah, I think that's where I really wanted to go. And then, you know, I want to answer a very important question for a victim of FBI DOJ corruption, which is let's talk about the government agent standard under Hybel. I love the government agent standard under Hybel. Why? Because one, it has applications in the context of Rule 14, which you know I love to talk about. And then also it has applications in the context of whether someone has agency on behalf of the government. Now, this doesn't require, we're going to find out, someone saying, do this. Like Tully saying to Kate, do this, but that would be enough. Passive acquiescence is enough for one of the prongs, and it's a totality of the circumstances test. So do you have a direct request from a government actor to a civilian or a PI to do something? Or was there passive acquiescence by the government to the actions in furtherance of a law enforcement purpose by a private citizen or a PI? If you have that, and the person was acting with primarily or purely a law enforcement purpose, which Kate was literally announcing in public, then yes, the standard of government agency attaches, which means are you an actor? Do you have agency it's a legal term of art, in the context of your relationship to investigators. Once that happens, there's Rule 14 discovery implications, etc. But we got to talk about the Michael Proctor news before we go into the government agency standard, because look at these two pieces of news dropping about Michael Proctor in the past hour related to this morning's hearing related to the Miles King case. First, breaking. Per an attorney, following today's hearing, text messages between Sean Good and Michael Proctor will lead to Good being fired from the Canton Police Department in the short term. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sean Good and Michael Proctor were clearly having conversations, probably unrelated to the Karen Reed case, maybe about Karen. But no matter what, it looks like Good is on his way out at the Canton PD. Now, I had a follow-up report, ladies and gentlemen. I reported just minutes later, new. I can confirm that Michael Proctor used WhatsApp on his work phone to text with other cops, that his work phone has been extracted, and that an attorney has obtained 4,400 pages of texts and pictures from Proctor's personal cell phone. Major disclosures are expected soon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know I gave you a little bit of a tease there because I went off in a digression about Kate Peta, but that is the news of the hour. All right, the news of the hour on Towel News, ladies and gentlemen. Things are going down. Yes, things are happening. They are happening rapidly. The news is flowing in. But yes, and one thing I'm so glad you brought that up, FBI, DOJ corruption survivor, because Robert Cosgrove, I'm pretty sure Kate Peta was advising him, did indeed try to blame Lindsay. And you know what you're going to come to find? I know you are thrilled about this FBI, DOJ corruption survivor, because now we're going to get to listen to the Leah Bathtub Genduso audio message. Now, why are we going to listen to it? Well, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, are you going to show us this because it proves that there was material on Lindsay's phone that was not included in the extraction, and it just so happens to be involving the state trooper Leah Genduso, who has known Kate Peta for 2 years and who also clearly was in the orbit of Brian Tully, because Brian Tully's lawyer for the Karen Reed civil case is none other than the same lawyer who worked for the law enforcement partner of a high-ranking commander in the state police that Leah Genduso was dating, that apparently helped her get a job with the state police despite a prior drug conviction for packaging drugs and laundering money. And then that man's law enforcement partner was involved in editing a police report about a judge's daughter. And the woman's name was Anderson, was represented by a lawyer who, wouldn't you guess who won the pony, now represents Brian Tully in the Karen Reed civil case. And you might be saying to yourself, Grant, this is everything. It all ties back to this circle around Kate Peta, Brian Tully, Jen McCabe, Michael Morrissey, Ken Mello, Robert Cosgrove. Wow. And then they used fake online accounts to go out there and smear Lindsay Gattani and gain credibility with Turtle Riders and Karen Reed fans so they could be moles. Yes, that's exactly what happened. To the T, ladies and gentlemen, to a T, in my opinion. And now it's all falling down. All the dominoes, ladies and gentlemen, not the pizza, actual dominoes, they are collapsing. And why is it such a big deal? Because you're going to come to find out Robert Cosgrove tried to literally suggest that the material not included in Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction was not on Lindsay's phone. And then what does Lindsay drop? Oh, none other than this message with Bathtub herself. Listen, we get a Leah Bathtub Genduso appearance on Towel Stream, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, we're almost up to 6K on the Towel
Lindsay,
Twitter.
I just totally thought.
Now, tell me, this was posted November 9th of 2025. Brian Tully did the extraction sometime in January of 2024. So let's just all put this together. Did Brian Tully intentionally not include this, and does it exist? And did Robert Cosgrove try to suggest anything that was missing from the extraction was because it wasn't on Lindsay's phone? And did this appear nonetheless? Absolutely sinking the ship. Yes. And who helped Tully do that extraction? None other than Nikki Guarino, the same person who did the extraction of Sandra Birchmore and Farwell's phones, found all the evidence of Farwell abusing Sandra since she was a child, and then somehow John Fanning, who used to work in Stoughton, same police department where Farwell was working, wrote a report exonerating Farwell and blaming Sandra for her own death. And how interesting, then, that nearly immediately afterwards, someone goes to the FBI from the Canton PD. 2 people, maybe. And then there's a public corruption grand jury by May of 2022. Oh, goodness. Now, let's listen to... Well, do you think it was a material file that Tully removed? Let's find out. What did Tully remove from Lindsay's extraction? Are the messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peta to Lindsay? Oh, let's listen.
Lindsay, I just totally thought of something, and I'm sorry.
No, I think it's very likely that the MSP saw Lindsay as someone who was not as politically connected as a Jen McCabe or some of the other witnesses in Canton. They didn't have the money. Lindsay didn't have the money or the friends. So Lindsay was re-victimized by the same state police that were meant to protect her. And they said, you know what? If she can get Turtle Boy bail revoked, great. If she can get an RO and stop him from going to the trial, great. They didn't tell her any of this, but as soon as that happened and then the RO got amended so he could go to the trial and then the bail violation was over, Soon as Lindsay was no longer useful, Tully and his friends, very connected, very powerful, looking down on Lindsay, leaked her phone extraction, and worse, tried to gaslight her by putting people around her that actually helped leak that extraction, like Kate, or at least were involved, pretending to be her friends so they could keep Lindsay in a state of constant emotional destabilization so she could never talk to the media or anyone about what happened to her. Don't test me. Kate Peter is a very, very malicious person. And if you never say a negative word about her, eventually, every time you and I engage in a colloquy, FBI, DOJ, I'm going to use it as an opportunity to highlight just how insidious her influence was, how Lindsay was an unwitting honeypot, and how all of this discovery being hidden is an indication that Brian Tully, Nick Garino, Michael Morrissey, etc. know a lot more than they're letting on about the intentional leak of Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction, potentially to benefit Jen McCabe.
I haven't been on the job for 5 years, so sometimes it takes me like a little bit longer to process stuff in my head and recall stuff. But I would highly recommend you going and talking to Joe Mello tomorrow, because if you become a witness, he can't do shit to you, because then that's intimidation of a witness. So there's no revenge porn, there's no contacting you, there's literally no speaking of you, there's nothing. And they could reiterate it in the discretionary stuff when it comes to the standards of the witness and the application for everything to be done by a judge, where he can't even mention your name, he can't talk about your kids, he can't dox you. Oh my God, this is like, I didn't even think of this, but by you calling Mello and having potential like information to help that case and then putting him as a witness, that gives you like the perfect thing to not have to worry about any of this, because he'll be more scared he's going to go to jail. Lindsay,
Oh, bossy Texas chick, let's be very clear. There is absolutely nothing comical about the Sandra Birchmore case. Oh, yeah, and listen, if it's important to you that Sandra get justice, bossy Texas chick, and you think it's going to be hard, I totally understand if, especially if Tully's unit or anyone else gets indicted on the cover-up, especially if it comes out that like maybe the reason they were so weird the whole time, including Kate Peter and Marty Kraft, was because this unit knew they covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder and they didn't want the public to find out. Listen, I sympathize with that. I'm going to cover it. I'm not going to go down there, but I'm going to cover all the developments. And I think it's important that people confront that cognitive dissonance. It is entirely possible that this unit investigated Karen Reed for John O'Keefe's death, and then you can support them for doing that. But at the same time, they may have covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. And they may have gotten so worried that the press attention on the Reed case was going to expose the cover-up of Sandra's murder that they played dirty with Kate Peter to help, like, deflect public attention. Oh, no, I understand, bossy Texas chick. It's your coping strategy. It's one of the ways that you deal with intense material, and the subject matter of that case in particular is so serious you feel like that isn't a way to cope with it. I agree. But also at the same time, you know you will be welcome anytime, even if, you know, there isn't a time and a place for the humor. And also, we won't be doing live streams of the Farwell case or whatever cases come out of that. It's in federal court. So we'll be covering it, but I wouldn't say it'll be a trial that we'll actually be watching. But yes, okay, so let's get back on track, because we got to talk about the government agent standard. Why? Because we got to talk about Hybel. All right, we got to think about the implications, okay, of Kate Peter being designated a government actor or a government agent. And that does not mean you are like an FBI agent. That people, it's a legal term of art. People think that, oh, this is the concept of someone like literally being an agent. No. It's a little different. And so I want to play this video for you. This is about the case US v. Hybel. All right, it's about 30 minutes. It's going to take us through the Walsh lunch. And I'll weigh in every once in a while. But I just want you to see this as an example of, remember, Rule 14 discovery. FBI, DOJ, all the comments that I can see go up on the feed. So, like, if your comment feed is the same as what you're seeing on your actual feed, no, you're seeing everything. I have heard reports that there's this like YouTube error going on right now where sometimes you'll send a comment on your phone and you'll see it, but it won't go through to the back end and nobody else will. It's not actually like your comment not coming through or your account having an issue. All it normally is just the comment getting sent on one device but not going to the server. I don't know why it's happening. Allie Towel got really upset about it the other day. I felt terrible because I looked into all the logs. No one was removing her comments. And then I went and researched it, and I found out that while, yes, it turns out that there's this YouTube error that's going on where people are sending comments from especially mobile devices or tablets. They show on your device, but it doesn't actually show for me or anyone else. That's not a shadow ban. It's a cache error. You just want to try to restart your app. But I can see your comments, and any comments that you are seeing on the screen above you are going through. No, if you just, I mean, I can't see what's on your screen, but you can, whether you follow the chat or the screen, you'll see all the comments. Now, let's watch this video, because I do think the Hybel standard is incredibly appropriate, incredibly apropos, and also relevant to how all the Aiden Turtle Kearney cases are going to play out. Kate Peter gets this designation. It opens the door to the same kind of discovery with Proctor that we've been seeing, and we're going to take a look at it.
All right, here we go. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. Depends if it likes me or not on that day. All right, here we go.
When is a private citizen acting as a government agent? On the 6th of July, 2018, the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals decided the United States v. Hybel, in which the court examined whether the Fourth Amendment applied when a woman retrieved a cell phone out of her boyfriend's car and gave it to the police. The relevant facts of Hybel are as follows. On the 19th of February, 2015, the Sioux Falls Police Department received a domestic disturbance call from a young boy, who reported that a man was harassing his mother. Andrew Madsen was the first officer to respond to the call. Upon arriving at the scene, Officer Madsen was flagged down by Michelle Janis, the mother of the boy who placed the call. Janis can be heard on a recording from Officer Madsen's body microphone exclaiming that someone had just taken off running. Officer Madsen asked her what was going on, and she responded, "I wanted to sign a complaint on him. He went and had pictures of my daughter naked, and she's only 13. Janis identified the man as Hybel and informed Officer Madsen that the red Ford Taurus that was left running in front of her building belonged to him. A license plate check revealed that the Taurus was registered to Hybel at Janis's address. Janis then entered the vehicle, and Officer Madsen asked if she was going to grab the keys. Although she said yes, Janis merely turned off the car, leaving the keys in the ignition. Rejoining Officer Madsen on the sidewalk in front of her apartment, Janis explained that she and Hybel had been arguing several days earlier because she refused to let him see their infant daughter. It was during this argument that she looked at Hybel's phone and saw the naked pictures of her 13-year-old daughter, who was not related to Hybel. At that point, Officer Madsen asked Janis, "Do you have the phone?" Without explanation, she began walking back toward the Taurus and stammered, "I don't know if it's this. I think it's. I don't know. I think he does have one. He probably got rid of it or whatever." She then re-entered the vehicle just as Officer Madsen's backup arrived. The two officers conferred several feet away from the Taurus for the 30 seconds Janis was inside the vehicle. Officer Madsen later testified that he never directed Janis to enter the Taurus or to look for the phone, that he himself neither opened nor entered the car, and that his attention was on the backup officer while Janis was in the vehicle. After her brief time in the Taurus, Janis emerged with Hybel's cell phone and handed it to Officer Madsen. She explained that there were nude photos of her daughter on the device but that she could no longer locate them because they were deeper in the phone. When Officer Madsen could not find the pictures, Janis became upset, worrying that nothing was going to be done. Officer Madsen explained that he could not make an arrest solely on the basis of her statements but that he would take the phone for further investigation. A subsequent forensic analysis conducted pursuant to a search warrant uncovered the images. 2. Hybel was later charged under federal law for sexual exploitation of a child. He filed a motion to suppress and argued that Janis was acting as an agent of the police when she retrieved the phone and gave it to the officer, and therefore the Fourth Amendment applied. Ultimately, the district court denied the motion to suppress, and Hybel entered a guilty plea with the right to appeal the denial of the motion to suppress. Hybel then appealed the denial of his motion to suppress to the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. The issue on appeal was whether Janice was acting as an agent.
Pause. So people might not understand what that means. We have it in Massachusetts. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. It's called a conditional guilty plea. You plead guilty, but you leave room to appeal specific issues. And then if you win on that, your guilt gets overturned, basically. It's complex. It exists. Defense lawyers really like it. It's apparently helpful. I don't know enough about it to pass judgment. Appellate lawyers love it, but I don't really know enough to pass judgment. But if you're wondering what that means, it just means he applied for he accepted a conditional guilty plea and, reserved the right to appeal on just this issue. By the way, this also shows you could be a horrifying criminal, and if they do bad things, if they're the cops, it sometimes will get overturned. I don't know how this case is going to play out. I'm going to listen to it with you. I really don't want him to get off because of that misconduct. But this is going to tell us what we need to know. This is the case on point, so let's do it.
For the police when she entered her boyfriend's car and retrieved his cell phone, which she said contained nude photographs of her juvenile daughter. The Court of Appeals first noted the legal principles that apply to searches conducted by private citizens. The court first stated, "The Fourth Amendment guarantees the right of citizens to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures." U.S. Const. Amend. 4. However, as the Supreme Court has long held, this protection extends only to actions undertaken by government officials or those acting at their direction. See, for example, Skinner v. R.Y. Labor XXR Sen. 489 U.S. 602, 613-14, 1989, Coolidge v. New Hampshire, 403 U.S. 443, 487, 1971, Birdie O. v. McDowell, 256 U.S. 465, 475, 1921. Thus, the Fourth Amendment does not apply to a search or seizure, even an arbitrary one, effected by a private party on his own initiative, but it does protect against such intrusions if the private party acted as an instrument or agent of the government. Skinner, 489 U.S. at 614.3, emphasis added. Thus, if Janice was acting as an agent of the police, then the Fourth Amendment would apply and the search would have to be supported by search warrant or an exception to the search warrant requirement. On the other hand, if Janice acted as a private citizen, the Fourth Amendment rules would not apply to her search and seizure of the phone. Next, the court discussed the factors to consider when they determine whether the private person was acting privately or as an agent for the police. The court stated, "Whether a private party should be deemed an agent or instrument of the government for Fourth Amendment purposes necessarily turns on the degree of the government's participation in the private party's activities, a question that can only be resolved in light of all the circumstances." United States v. West, 596 F.3d 906, 910, 8th Sir 2010, quoting Skinner, 489 U.S. at 614. In evaluating agency in the Fourth Amendment context, our court has focused on three relevant factors. 1. Whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced in the intrusive conduct. 2. Whether the citizen intended to assist law enforcement or instead acted to further his own purposes. And 3. Whether the citizen acted at the government's request. ID. 4. Emphasis added.
There you go. That's the test. 1, whether the government, so think about Kate Peter and her relationship to Brian Tully, Michael Morrissey, whatever. 1, whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced in the intrusive conduct. 2, whether the citizen intended to assist law enforcement or instead acted to further his or her own purposes. 3, whether the citizen acted at the government's request. Bro, it's a totality of the circumstances test 2. Of course she fits that definition, and that's Skinner, 489 U.S. at 614. Okay, I'm not a lawyer, there's no legal advice. Look at that test. Look at that test. It's a 3-prong totality test, which means you look at all of them. Whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced in Kate's intrusive conduct. Yes. 2, whether Kate intended to assist law enforcement. She was openly talking on Twitter about how she was doing this to get him locked up and in Mr. Kearney on voicemail, or instead acted to further his own purposes. Well, if your purpose is enforcement purpose, you intended to assist law enforcement.
And whether the citizen acted at the government's request. So Tully doesn't even have to ask her. She can passively do it. He can acquiesce. Combine that with whether Kate's intent, openly stated on social media emails, was to be helping law enforcement, not as an agent, but just to help them. And then add on a request from Tully. You just checked all 3 boxes, bruh. All right? I knew it was rough. I didn't know Skinner was the case. I'm going to nail this part if it's on my exam. Let me tell you that right now. I'm a little towel. But yeah, this is so helpful. This is incredibly helpful. Let's continue. I want to learn about this all day. I get to learn about this all day, and my whole life is the Fourth Amendment right now. Those words, that Fourth Amendment we read earlier, it may seem like it's like 4 lines. Bro, it's like 250 years of case law. Every single word gets torn apart. They break words into meanings that you wouldn't think they have, and then they just are like, well, we interpreted it to mean that, so now let's go on this other 17 series of cases where we decide what or what isn't a government actor. All right, let's do it. This is my favorite thing in the entire world.
It was also noted that the defendant bears the burden of establishing the 3 factors above. V. The court then applied the factors above to the facts of Highball's case. Regarding the first factor, whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced in the search, the court said that this weighed in favor of finding agency. This is because the officer was present and watched her enter the car as he asked if she had the phone. Second factor, whether the citizen intended to assist law enforcement or instead to further his own purposes, the court noted that even government officials know of and acquiesce in a warrantless search, we have been unwilling to the private actor was not motivated solely or even primarily by the intent to aid the officers and where the government did not request the challenged search. See United States v. Smith, 383 F.3D 700, 705, 8th Sir 2004. Emphasis added. It was noted that Janice did not testify in the hearing at the motion to suppress, so she was never asked what her purpose was in the search for the phone. Highball argued that her explicit intent was to assist law enforcement because protecting her daughter involved law enforcement. In examining this factor, the court looked at the 8th Circuit case, the United States v. Smith. 6. In Smith, a FedEx manager opened a package after a drug detection dog alerted on the package. Drugs were observed and the police were contacted. The 8th Circuit held the manager was not acting as an agent of the police. The court reasoned that she had a dual purpose of not allowing her driver to be used to transport contraband in addition to the aiding law enforcement. The court reasoned that because the manager was not motivated solely or even primarily by the intent to aid law enforcement, the manager was not an agent of law enforcement. The 8th Circuit then applied the principle from Smith to Highball's case and determined that Janice may have similarly had a dual motive of protecting her daughter and aiding law enforcement. However, if this is the case, the court held the district court did not err in finding that aiding law enforcement was not Janice's sole or even primary motive in the search, in light of the fact that she also had a strong motive to protect her daughter, as well as help a civil custody case she had against Highball. As such, this weighted in favor of not finding agency on the part of Janice. Regarding the third factor, whether the government requested Janice to conduct the search, the court noted that the officer did not specifically ask to bring him the phone or search the car. The officer simply asked, "Do you have the phone?" This request did not imply that the officer wanted her to search his car for the phone, but rather was an inquiry if it was already in her possession. As such, her search was voluntary and unsolicited. Thus, the third factor weighed in favor of not finding agency on the part of Janice. In light of the above factors and the application of the holding in Smith, the court held. The district court found that Officer Matson knew of and acquiesced in Janice's search of the vehicle. It did not err in denying Highball's motion to suppress given that she did not conduct the search at the government's request and that there was insufficient evidence that she was motivated solely or even primarily by the intent to aid the officers. CID. 7. Therefore, Highball's conviction was affirmed. Citations.
All right, well, at least his conviction was affirmed, but you can see The court, if it's a really bad person, normally will overlook some officer like mistakes. He almost got away with it there. If that officer had said, "Will you please go get me the phone?" instead of "Do you have the phone?" Bro, literally the word will versus do. Will you get me the phone versus do you have the phone? That was all that saved that conviction. I'm telling you, I just listened to that whole thing. So now, yes, but JI5, you have to, every case is going to have different facts. What you want to do, under this not legal advice, you want to pull out the IRAC from the case. Issue, rule, application, conclusion. You look at the issue, we heard the issue on appeal, whether Janice was acting as a government agent. You look at the rule, it's a three-pronged test. You look at the application of the facts in the given case to the rule, you look at the conclusion. When you're analytically pulling out the precedent, because remember, precedent works by applying the conclusions of law from one specific set of facts to the conclusions of law in an entirely different set of facts. So while we're talking about a cell phone search here, what you want to think about that as is broadly an intrusion into a privacy interest, okay? A search is any time a government actor or government official enters a possessory interest or an area that society would expect there to be a reasonable expectation of privacy for that area. It's complicated. We're not going down that road. The point is, it's not about the search of the cell phone. That's one fact that the court is taking into consideration. It's more about what words the officer used to Janice under the analysis from Smith and what was the first case there? It's a very important case. I don't want to forget it. Hold on. It is Skinner. What the court's doing is looking at Skinner, looking at Smith, and then applying it to the facts. This defendant, this dude won on the first factor. He won on whether or not she was, whether the government had knowledge of and acquiesced. So if he had won on one more of the three factors, the totality balances in favor of excluding the search. It's not about the cell phone. It's about the actions. You got to remove what they found or the cell phone or what's at issue. It's about whether the search, and in this context, whether the woman doing the search in the presence of the police officer made her a government agent. It didn't. It almost did. If that cop had said to her, "Will you go get me the phone?" Bro, his conviction might have been overturned. But because he said, "Do you have the phone?" it's not a request. Kate Peters' fact pattern is not going to look like this. It's going to look way more brutal for the state. They're going to have a way higher time. Now, the burden's on the defendant, which is Kearney in these cases. The burden's on the defendant, but I'm telling you, it's not as, that fact pattern is way more favorable to Janice, that woman Janice, than it would be to the fact pattern under Kate Peter. That's just my lay analysis. Now, I want to read this other one. For some reason, Aaron Hernandez is up there. I want to read this other one as well. Oh, you're online, you speak Spanish? Entiendo español también. I want to read this because...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm hearing I got to bring up the New York Times. I'm hearing there's been a potential incursion into Venezuelan airspace by U.S. fighter jets. I have not confirmed this. I'm not seeing this confirmed, but I'm hearing initial reports. Okay, I don't see anything yet. I do not see formal confirmation. Stay with me, little towels. We'll keep watching this video. If I see this reported, I will break it to you. But I'm not seeing confirmation. I saw some very advanced electronic warfare vehicles moved up into one of the forward bases, but I see nothing that has confirmed it yet. Okay, so very early speculation, but no confirmation. So it's something you're going to want to be monitoring. If this does happen, we will take it live. Okay, of course we will. And I will get a feed. Let's see. But we're going to keep with this for now. We're going to keep this going for now. Hold on.
Again, I'm really in a rabbit hole here, but this is really relevant to the Lauren Murray cases involving Kate Peter.
Just the fourth to private.
So this is really into the Lauren Murray cases being prosecuted in Norfolk County, where the Norfolk DA is saying they don't have a conflict with Kate Peter. This is relevant because if in the Aidan Kearney cases, Kate Peter is like a witness or becomes a government agent due to a ruling there, then of course the Norfolk DA is a conflict in Kate's criminal cases where she's the defendant for felony WI related to Lauren Murray. So that's why this is so relevant. It plays out, Kate touches everything. I don't know why these people talk to her, but it's not just Michael Proctor's phone and Tully and Buchanan and Fanning. It's Kate talking to Morrissey and Kate talking to Tully and Kate talking to Jen McCabe and Jen McCabe talking to Tully and Tully talking to Pam Friedman, and God knows who else was involved in this chaos. That's why Kate Peter getting the designation of government agent has all these collateral consequences. Because she was the one, more so than anything else, who I think was middlemaning the prosecution of Kearney for the Norfolk DA, the prosecution of Kearney and the investigation of Karen Reed after October of 2023 when the Norfolk DA recused. The special prosecutor process is broken, so Morrissey got to appoint the special prosecutor, and then Kate Peter and Brian Tully were like coordinating the investigation, and it was really just Morrissey doing it, but these two were running amok because they were doing stuff that they shouldn't have been doing, and Morrissey knew about it, but Morrissey needed their help, and Jen McCabe was in the mix and all of this, and there's a lot of personal connections. That's what it's all about. So that's why this is central to it. I want to really tease this out. I want to go through one more article, make sure it buttresses what we just learned. I want to reinforce what we just learned, and then we're going to have a quiz. We're not actually going to have a quiz. I'm just telling you we're here to learn. Absolutely, Nunya. And if there's records. Now remember, the first time the Norfolk DA turned over discovery to Kearney, they turned over 4,000 blank pages. And I bet a lot of it's Kate Peter communicating with Tully. We already know Kate started deleting evidence, according to what was said in court by Kearney's lawyer, Tim Bradel, or Betterow, I don't remember. Kate's already started deleting evidence. It was submitted to the grand jury, so there's a record of it, but she's already started deleting evidence. She was probably deleting evidence related to the grand jury that Tully used to, and whoever else, Mello, to indict the felonies from 2023, from October, involving all these people that know Tully and Kate. Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Nagel. Come on now. She compromised those cases too. And then the Norfolk DA, to avoid, I think, their misconduct coming out related to Kate and the release of the phone, Lindsay's phone or whatever by Tully, I think they then refused to appoint a special prosecutor and tried to circumvent Judge Krupp's order by just no-prossing those cases, bro. That's a really strong abuse of prosecutorial discretion. It's corruption. I'm sorry, Boston, Texas chick. It's blatant corruption. It's corruption with Proctor's phone. It's corruption with the Sandra Birchmore cover-up. It's corruption with the leak of Lindsay's phone. It's corruption with the inside baseball on Kate's case, the criminal cases. It's corruption with hiding Kate being a government agent. It's corruption with Kate deleting evidence. It's corruption with a lot of this stuff. All right, down to the court. It's corruption, corruption, corruption. That doesn't mean the John O'Keefe case was corrupted. Okay, that investigation wasn't great. There's some prejudicial statements, but it doesn't mean it was as corrupt as some of this stuff. No, bro, this stuff is way worse. And now you're seeing why, because if Kate Peters, the government agent, all the dominoes fall. That's why they're lashing out. They're so desperate right now. They're going like to the bottom of the well of their fucking tactics. Meanwhile, Little Towel knew all this was coming, and Little Towel learned exactly what he needed to learn about all the connections and all these people, so that when they moved, every single time that they moved, I'd be like, oh, so who's this person work with? Oh, who do you know? Oh, what agency are you with? Who's your boss's boss? Interesting. Are you subject to the FOIA law? So that's how it's going for me. But I want to keep learning about this because this is the last domino to fall. It really is Proctor's phone that's pushing a lot of this, plus Mabry v. Matt Adams' excellent FOIAs. By the way, they're also hiding the whole Karen Reed case is impounded, and there's this motion to unimpound or to keep impounded the sidebars so that the Norfolk DA doesn't have to fill a public records request to Marbury v. Madison, who's a lawyer named Corey Hopkins. That's weird. There's so much freaking inside baseball, and it's all collapsing. It's because of the FOIAs from Marbury v. Madison. It's because of the Proctor's phone for finally being released, which I think was because the feds had it the whole time and waited to see if he'd lie to the court. It's from Kate Peter just literally flailing around in desperation. Listen, everybody has a plan until the towel gets thrown over their face. Not literally, figuratively. Everybody's got a plan. Everybody's a joker, and they think they have a plan. You don't have a plan. You're not even playing chess. You shouldn't be on this board. It offends me that in the context of political policy, I have to deal with some of this. It really offends me. Okay, I'm not being paternalistic or pedantic or condescending. It offends me that some of these people thought they could play on this field. You don't get to just do things like that. That's crazy. They just act on impulse. They don't have a plan. You think Kate Peter had a plan for this? No, they're just reacting. And when you're reacting versus someone who has a plan, especially someone who knew all this was coming, saw how you were moving, knew where this was going. I didn't know this was Proctor's phone and whatever. I didn't know about the superseding indictment of Farwell. I didn't know all this stuff was going to happen at once, but I knew. And I was just waiting. And now we're at the literal last moments, the desperation heave. And you can see it's all collapsing. And what happens, I've said it from the beginning, what happens when shit like this collapses is they go after the small fish, all right? They go after the small fish because they're expendable, because they're useless, because they have no power. And if Proctor's going down, then Tully's going down, Fanning's going down, because Proctor was not a small fish, okay? Sean Good's going down, all these people. And then who's going to be the person that they all point to? Because you can already see Kate and her friends trying to distance them.
All right, I have a report coming across the wires. Per Bloomberg, citing U.S. defense sources, U.S. forces have intercepted and seized a sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. Ladies and gentlemen, per Bloomberg, citing U.S. defense sources, the U.S. military has seized and intercepted a sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are about to get to 2 o'clock, but listen, folks, I want you all to be monitoring. We may well be heading into a situation near war. This is the exact report from Bloomberg coming across the wires right now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you are just tuning in, this is one of those moments. U.S. forces have intercepted and seized a sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, according to people familiar with the matter, a move that marks a serious escalation of tensions between the two countries. The White House didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. State oil company Petróleos de Venezuela S.A. and Venezuela's Oil and Information Ministries didn't immediately reply to requests for comment. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the most up-to-date development per Bloomberg, citing U.S. defense sources. This situation might be very, very active. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'll be here with you to report as I know.
Themselves from Proctor. No. Kate's going to be the fall person. Of course. They're going to be like, yeah, you know, we worked with her, but she just went off the rails. Doesn't sound like Charlotte of the internet to me. Sounds like Nightmare PI Moms version 2. Kate, Peter, and Jen McCabe. Let's go down the seaport. Dear God, it's so true, though, because if you get that designation, if they tease this all out, where we open that Pandora's box of Kate's relationship to Tully, that's why this government agent thing is everything. People don't even get why Bradel's like going to really. This is what opens the Pandora's box. It helps Karen. It exposes all of them because Kate Peter was the central weak point of this whole thing. Doesn't have the skills, in my opinion, to really do this politically. Doesn't have the skills as a PI. Doesn't have the tactical intelligence. Just has like brute force, like trolling tactics. And maybe she has some networks that she knows that have operated in other arenas, and she thought the skills would translate. They don't in policy circles. I'm sorry, they don't. You don't win political fights with some of the tactics she was using. You really piss off people with a lot of connections. You really do. You really do. And just because you don't hear it, you know, like people talk, especially in government. Everybody talks, especially at those levels. So, yeah, like you all got really bad reputations. Not you in the chat. I'm talking about like Kate Peter and her people. So, like, yeah, maybe you had some PR wins for a few years, but bro, like, come on. The system's going to eat them alive. And it's because Kate's the central fail point, and this precedent we're learning about is what's going to lead to it all coming out. Like, court papers are as much about winning an argument in some of these cases as they are revealing information to the public, okay? They're called speaking. Normally it's called a speaking indictment, but like Betterho and Bradel like to use like speaking motions, where you're writing to the judge, but your actual audience is the public. Okay, what do you think they want to say? You think they care about like winning suppression of evidence or dismissal? Yeah, they want to move to get these cases dismissed under Odell, DiBenedetto, or McCarthy for prosecutorial misconduct, sure. But what their real point is is they want to show what these people were doing, and they're allowed to do it in their court papers. That's why it's called a speaking motion. Now, Bettero got his hand slapped because he tried to use the New York-style letters, and judge was like, just do it as a motion. But he did it as a motion. It was a combined motion. It was like 3 motions. It was styled as 1 motion, but it was actually 3 It might have been styled as an affidavit with motions in it. I think Bettero was just being spiteful at that point. He's an interesting lawyer to watch. I think he gets a little, even Aidan Kearney said Bettero, I think, gets frustrated with him. He called, like, Bradel, like, the fun dad or something, and it was like, but Bettero doesn't let us have any fun. No shit. Bettero's like a serious... Bettero's like a constitutional scholar. Like, do you realize, like, the difference between a lawyer and someone who really loves the Constitution is, like, a constitutional scholar is a lawyer who is thinking tactically about precedent. They're the best lawyers. Like, the reason why constitutional scholars are the best lawyers is they don't just know one area of the law. They know the, what is it called? The panoply or the penumbra of law. And we like to say the Fourth Amendment is a penumbra. The right to privacy is a penumbra of rights. Every right is a penumbra of rights, which is not completely accurate, but the point was there, which is that constitutional procedure is complicated. The biggest understatement of all time. Look at that, almost 7,000, ladies and gentlemen. 7,000 of you watching in over on the Towel X. Let's just take a number. Take a look at the numbers for the day. Let me get rid of this clock. All right, there you go. You can see the numbers for the day, ladies and gentlemen. For Little Towel, up at 7,000. Absolutely stellar. Good job. Thank you to Little Towel, to the folks watching on the Towel X. We are even above Reuters covering Venezuelan farmers marching in support of the government. We also have 2.3K for the Boston 25 coverage of the day to the Walshe case, so that's about a third or so of Towel. Then we got Brother Council coming in and third place in the Walshe rankings with 1,000 almost, 935. So that puts them about 1/7 of Towel. Then we got Young Jerks coming in right around there, 846. Defense Diaries, 832. JLR's covering the Venezuela potential attack by the U.S. Brian Walsh trial for Jen Coffindaffer down about 713. Then we got Surviving Survivor 610. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. Depends if it likes me.
It started playing my video again. We don't need to play this, thank you. And then we got Yellow Cottage Tales coming in down there right around the Oversight Committee and down with Al Jazeera with about 192. So there you go. Oh, and then Super Towel John DePietro was on there, but he's not covering the Walshe case, so he's not in our Walshe trial rankings. But there you go, Little Towel, just up at the top, being a little towel. Now you might be saying to yourself, sir, you are a towel. I know. I've always wanted to be a towel. From the very day I was born, I think I knew I would be a towel. But I also am just waiting for court to come back into session now. So, while that is interesting, I'm going to bring this up for you. There we go. All right. We are just a few minutes from court returning. Let me jump forward. You see that clock jump? I did a little clock jump for you. And within 60 seconds now, ladies and gentlemen, if you got some lunch, got yourself ready, is the state going to rest? Is this the end of the case in chief in the Brian Walsh trial? Are we going to war with Venezuela? Am I a towel? I'm not sure, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure. However, I also will be looking for updates in real time. It is the best I can do. And we also will go back to the Walsh case, as I mentioned, in under 60 seconds. Judge is very prompt. There's no dilly-dallying with a judge. Not in this case. Dilly-dally with judge at your peril. Judge can be late. You cannot be late. And Walsh normally always gets brought in exactly when he's supposed to. And then there's about a 2-minute break while the judge walks in and the jurors walk in, and then we begin. Does the state have another witness? I don't know. Does the defense have plans to call anyone? I don't know. They have 5 people or 6 people, including Michael Proctor, on their witness list, but are they actually going to call Michael Proctor? I don't know. 57% of you who took part in our unscientific towel poll said yes. They do think they are going to call Michael Proctor. As you can see, the moment has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. The big clock is about to tick over to 2 p.m. Eastern Time. This is your formal towel announcement that it is 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. It is officially 2 p.m. We are ready for court to come back into session. Yes, I am banging my imaginary towel gavel and bringing us all into session. Please prepare as such. If you're a bulldog named Abby, you should get your goggles on. You know, could be treacherous. If your name is Nancy Towel, how are you doing? In that sense, we are ready. I can't make the court come into session at 2 p.m., but they do have a pretty good track record in this case. We're already 60 seconds behind. Is Judge going to stick to it? Are we running a little bit late? What exactly is the Walshe defense going to do? We're all going to find out together in just a few moments. All right, let me move this off the screen. Hey, we hit 7,000 little towels. 7,000 of you on the Towel X. What a beautiful day. What a glorious day to be a towel. I'm a towel. If anyone asks you if you are a towel today, you say, yes, I am a proud towel. If anyone asks you, why are you a towel? Well, you can explain it to them in whatever manner you deem most suitable. Okay, now, let us get rid of this. All right, let's get... Abby is snoozing. Nancy is checking in to let us know that Abby is resting comfortably. I will not wake her, but please let her know that all of her towel friends are thrilled she is doing well and resting comfortably. Also, let her know she is a towel. And you might be saying, she's a dog. Well, you know what? She can be a towel too. Have you thought about that? I've thought about it. I've thought about it a lot, and I've said to myself, I think Abby should be a towel. All right, now let's bring the scoreboard. Let's bring it up over here. All right, hold on 1 second. And then let's do, nope, I wanted to put it behind my head. All right, what if I just do this? And what if I bring myself right like that? All right, see, I'm hiding over there. I'm a little towel. All right, there we go. Hiding like a little towel. And then we'll have the scoreboard, and then we'll do this. There we go. All right, little towels. We are ready to begin. We can't make Judge begin. It looks like Judge has given the attorneys some extra time for lunch today. Let me turn the volume back on. All right, we're ready. Folks, we are late. A very unusually late stat for Judge in the Brian Walshe case. Now, Little Towel is frantically trying to figure out what is going on in Venezuela. I might have to actually turn on Al Jazeera, because this could be one of those moments, folks. If something happens before 4 o'clock, you'll likely be here to see it. Let me turn on some of the international channels. They normally will have it first. Let me check right now. Hold on 1 second. Oh, that's an ad. No, I don't need to watch an ad. Hold on. I'm going to let you know. Nope, they're not covering anything related to Venezuela. So if there is a development, I assure you it will come across the wires. Let me check. What else might have it? Maybe I don't want to go. An American channel might have it, but let's check Sky. Maybe one of the British partners has it. All right, checking Sky News. The Federal Reserve has cut interest rates, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people didn't think they were going to do so. The Fed has cut interest rates. All right, so that was not a big surprise. Well, I think a lot of people are going to be surprised, but I just had a feeling it was coming. And still, we are late for the Brian Walshe case. I wonder what's going on. This is odd. This is very odd indeed. Wow. I mean, just for us to be 5 minutes late is odd. I'm not really sure what's going on. Maybe someone was delayed. I can't imagine Judge was delayed. Eventually, I'll just sit and watch this with you, but I am telling you, towel friends, this is a little bit odd indeed. Especially because this could be the end, you know. So, all of us will sit together. We'll monitor, and we'll see where this goes. Here we go.
You are unmuted.
Court's in session.
Well, that conversation we had about the photo earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out.
The blurry one.
The blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that that is a photo of her. Correct?
No, the blurred one is fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sure.
As entering, all rise. Please be seated. Clerk's now in session. Turn up your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi.
Judge, you just call me, please. Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please step right this way. Just do me a favor, just take your time, just watch your step. Good. You're gonna have a seat, just pull that one close. Well, let's get the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them to make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth proceeds to have the drive of January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos of Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive 1423 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 263.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Berlusconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for Register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, Register 4, I believe.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And Your Honor, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Bernasconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I talk to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Bernasconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the Home Goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alyssa Kirby.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Just pull that chair a little tight.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alyssa Kirby, ALISSAKIRB as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to D.C., we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and, like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess, just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walshe about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walshe on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so, because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe, I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go, and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walshe that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walshe that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walshe?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So, what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Miss Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought that the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, Anna's statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant, which she had said to Brian Walsh, about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., and also
the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
Oh, that she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills where everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walshe?
She told me that, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. There was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit, and that, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that, and she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her, and that it was scary.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always.
Objection as to, I think.
Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Anna.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you see Anna Walshe after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
When did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walshe?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walshe on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get texts from Brian Walshe?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
164?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walshe respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and...
That's fine.
Okay.
That's all. And then, what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded...
You approach sidebar?
Yes.
going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to swap out one and give you another. Recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell me what...
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right. Any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Kirtley.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Spire?
Yes.
And obviously you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay. And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in D.C.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah, that was what she would tell me, yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays?
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just asking me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas, and so that worried me, so I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he'd heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone?
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday and that he worried you. You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open, and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in D.C. with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow?
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate?
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on, yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing a lot, and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad, and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier, falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay. You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes?
Yes, okay.
Oh, I apologize. And she told you that, she said to Brian, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say, like, this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility, have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant.
Okay.
Jail time, yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They had been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together and that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it. She can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question. Answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to I think. All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walshe?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him, and that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As
Again,
I think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay, sorry.
And on December 29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Also, counsel at the side of the bench.
Jurors, I'm going to read another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation, again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. A stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for the scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call for the witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you. So with that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter was represented.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Commonwealth may call for the witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you. So with that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before we leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, jurors.
Jurors, exiting, all rise. First, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step.
Be seated.
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss if defendant would move for required finding or not guilty.
Go right ahead.
And
Chief and Sheriff.
Give me a second to read your pleading. All right, I'll hear from you.
for the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but
what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required findings, that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walsh was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walsh was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walsh did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walsh reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point, because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walsh. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walsh, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. To also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, And there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin in Thanksgiving over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the Chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in D.C. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to D.C., the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walsh were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in D.C. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury, and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right. The Latimer standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
I understand. You indicated to me at the side of the bench that there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are. Can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
If you're just tuning in, Brian Walsh, I dropped my keyboard. Brian Walsh's motion for a required finding of not guilty has been denied. The state has rested its case in chief, and now we await the moments. Will Walsh put on a defense tomorrow? The judge is at sidebar. If you've been tuning into this trial, thank you very much. Towel Stream's coverage reached almost 10K on Towel X today. And now we are waiting to see what's going to happen tomorrow. Are we going right to closings? Judge might tell us. You going to give us a little hint, Judge? Maybe. Perhaps. Particularly. I don't know, Little Towels. Do you know? Do you have insight into the future? My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I've been here with you since this morning, and we will be picking up our coverage indeed tomorrow morning early. We got a lot of things to do tomorrow. We're going to take Walsh through to the morning. Then after a certain point, we're going to pause, finish with Walsh, and then while the jury's deliberating, we're going to watch the CCC. All right, and the social consumption regs are going to come in, be finalized. I'm going to tell you about the implications of that. We're going to be Little Towels. Okay, so that's my plan. That's the plan. Brian Walsh doesn't really have a plan. I don't even know if he's going to testify. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Little Towels. And in that regard, I don't know what Walsh is going to do. I think a lot of people are wondering, is this man going to put on a defense? They're up there talking about it. Judge is going to sit up there and hear them talk about the plan for tomorrow. If the plan is just closings, then we don't really need any time, and Judge will just say, okay, we're going to closings. If they're going to present evidence, you need to set aside time for the presentation of defense evidence, and that's where we are. So if you're wondering, that's my best attempt to explain to you where we are in the process. I also got this voir dire entirely wrong. I don't know why I thought the voir dire was about DNA evidence. For some reason, I was convinced they were going to do a scientific voir dire and ended up being more like a state of mind voir dire, description of the breakdown in the marital relationship voir dire. We went through that. Commonwealth finished up its witnesses. I think that took just 8 days from opening statements to the conclusion of the Commonwealth's case. And we are now, it looks like, heading to the submission of this case to the jury on Thursday. So that's going to be December 11th. Now, tomorrow we are going to watch in the morning, no matter what happens. We're about to get our answer. So if you have been watching, you probably should stick around. I'm only going to be here for a few more minutes. But you should stick around just to see what's going on in terms of how tomorrow is going to play out. If they make the decision to present evidence, I think we're going to find out right now. If they make the decision to go to closings, likewise, I think we're also going to find out right now. Now, I could be wrong. Okay, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm just sitting here like a little towel. However, with my towelness taken into consideration, let us all just continue to watch. All right, we'll watch together. We'll find out together. Wow, Towel did basically three times Fox 25. Did really well compared to some other streams. Towel's a little towel. There you go. Now, we are still waiting. Brian Walsh knows the answer as to whether or not he is going to be testifying, but I'll tell you right now, we don't. We don't, Little Towels. Brian Walsh knows the answer, but we don't. And that's what I think most people are waiting for. They want to know whether Michael Proctor, who's on the Walsh defense witness list, is going to take the stand. Walsh does not stand a chance in this trial. It's not even a close call. I don't think there's anyone out there who thinks this is a close call in any sense of the term. It's not, like, Judge didn't think it was a close call. I don't think anyone thinks it's a close call, but we are nonetheless sitting here together monitoring. Why? Because we want to see if Proctor is going to be called as the defense witness. Is Walsh going to take the stand? We talked about it earlier. The defense basically telegraphed to the jurors that Walsh was going to take the stand. Is that going to happen? It doesn't look like it. Ladies and gentlemen, it does not look like it, but we are certainly keeping an eye on it. Why are we keeping an eye on it? Well, because if Judge comes back from this sidebar and says, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded closing arguments will be at 9 or 10 tomorrow, whatever it is, probably 9. Okay, well, there's your answer. Likewise, little towels, if judge comes back and says, well, we have to schedule some time tomorrow for evidence from the defense in the morning, that tells you all you need to know as well. So that's why I'm here commentating with you, because if it were just sort of the routine end of the day, I would be telling you, but this might actually give us some insight and tell us what we need to know. Now, this trial, is as open and shut as it has been, has had some twists and turns. Obviously, information about Anna Walshe ending her relationship with Brian Walshe, telling Brian Walshe as much, wanting Brian Walshe to know that Anna was moving on, all really was central to the prosecution's case, along with the damning videos of Brian Walshe buying the supplies to, in essence, hide his wife's body after he brutally murdered her and then cut her up with a hatchet, which is horrifying. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, we are now watching and waiting. Before court began today, Court TV showed Brian Walshe talking to himself in his seat, is what Nancy reports to us. Thank you very much, Nancy Towell. That does not surprise me. I don't think this is going very well for Brian Walshe. Now, as to me, I'm here with you because I'm very interested in the results of this sidebar. All right, because this sidebar could tell us a lot about what's going to happen. And yes, here we go. Nope, I was wrong. Monitoring closely. I also have to watch this Venezuela situation very, very closely, because the interest rate cut, I mean, that was a little weird. It's the kind of thing you do to boost economic productivity. President Trump says we just seized a tanker off the coast of Venezuela, a big tanker, actually the largest one ever seized. Let me play the clip for you.
It's been an interesting. Well, thank you very much. It's been an interesting day from the standpoint of news. As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be...
Okay, folks, I'm going to take this clip from President Trump. We're going to watch it live while we're waiting for the Walshe hearing. Did you hear that? Did you all hear what the president just said? Am I the only one who heard that? Everybody on the same page? What did he say? I know he was talking about the interest rate cuts, but I want to hear specifically what President Trump just said about the seizure of the Venezuela oil tanker while we're waiting for the sidebar at the end of the day in the Walshe trial. So I'm going to bring this up for you right now. Let me show you the clip of the president speaking. This was just minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen, just minutes ago. So let me just bring this up for you on the screen. All right, this was President Trump just literally minutes ago.
Well, thank you very much. It's been an interesting day from the standpoint of news. As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people.
We will. We will? What does that mean? That's ominous. Okay, well, that's what's going on. That is your 3:30 p.m. Eastern Towel News Check-In. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? What am I going to be talking? What is the press going to be talking to other people about, and when, and what's going on? And why? Other things are happening. Oh, goodness. Deep breaths, ladies and gentlemen. That was not very, very specific from the president at all. But I wouldn't expect anything specific at this moment, indeed. I would not. But this sidebar is protracted. What are we debating? You're either going to call witnesses or you're not going to call witnesses, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to tell you. Now I'm really concerned, based on what President Trump just said. I don't know what to make of that. That's very concerning. That is not the language of, we're sending a message. That's the language of, we have plans. It's a very hostile act to do that. I support the president getting the damn commies. But when you do that, it's absolutely like... It's like a blockade. It's an act of war. And it was the U.S. Navy that did it, apparently. Very long sidebar here in the Walshe case. Very long sidebar. And the reason why we can't cut away is what's going to happen. What is going to happen, Little Towels? Is it going to be that Walshe puts on a defense? Is it going to be that we go right to closings? This is very intense. And that's why we're watching. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here with you until we figure out what's going to happen tomorrow. Now, they're not going to go forever. The court will close. Imagine if they... I think I have seen some judges stay past close, like especially in Florida. They work really late there. But imagine if judge was just like, you know what? We're going to continue our sidebar. Somebody bring us dinner. The court's not closing today. I'm sure it's at the judge's discretion, but they're always very cognizant of their staff. And their staff work certain hours, and that's when they work. They work hard during those hours, but courts in Massachusetts do not stay open. So they are not going to just sit there all day. They're going to come to a decision and decide what they're going to do. I'm still here. No, Bunny's like, I'm still here. I'm cooking dinner. Yes, Bunny Towel, I'm monitoring. Did you hear the clip from President Trump that I just played? Or do you need me to replay it? President Trump, oh, goodness. So the Venezuelan opposition leader left Venezuela yesterday. But if you didn't hear President Trump, something is going on. The seizure of a tanker is a big deal because it indicates that there is a blockade. But also, we're still at sidebar. Yeah, it does have me worried, Bunny. But until I have confirmation, I cannot say either way. I'm monitoring. Oh boy. All right, we're back.
All right. So I think think that we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, that was anticlimactic, folks. So we do not know if indeed we will get closings or more evidence in the Walshe trial. Keep an eye on developments for that. Now, listen, I'm going to take a moment here. I'm going to end today's stream. I'm going to compress. If we are, you might see me later. All right, no promises. If we actually go into armed conflict, yeah, okay, I will probably go back on stream. Okay, not because I necessarily want to, but because I think it's incredibly important for a number of reasons. So that's what we're going to do, okay, if that's what happens. But that has not happened as far as I'm aware, all right? Now, congratulations to Towel Stream for hitting a strong 10K, ladies and gentlemen, on the Towel X. That is a big day for Towel Stream. 10K is no small number. Thank you very much for all of your support. Please remember this is a public information service, and you can subscribe to Towel Channel. You can let your friends know. You can like the stream while it's live. That helps the channel. And if you are a bunny, I will grab Pete Bunny Towel. He would like to say thank you very much for tuning in. He is a Pete Bunny. He is grateful to have seen you all today. He looks forward to catching up with you tomorrow in the morning, as do I. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you benefited from this stream today, if you learned something, you know I'm going to send you home the same way I do every single day, which is to say, look for a reason to do small acts of service and kindness. See Pete Bunny? Bunny says hi. Oh, he's very excited. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to do things like donate to homeless veterans. There should not be a single veteran in the United States homeless against their will, or we have failed. Yes, you can even donate, ladies and gentlemen, to animal shelters run by veterans. Good way to help animals. You're not an animal, you're a Pete Bunny, and veterans. Also, you could donate to animal shelters in general. That's a great way to help Pete Bunny Towel's fellow animals. Oh, goodness, he's not an animal. He wants you to know that he is an anti-communist Pete Bunny. Pete, you've been sleeping all day. Yes, he's fully rested. He said he's going to hop around the house all night and bother me now. What? He's very upset because he thinks the communists are going to somehow win. Pete Bunny, we are going to crush the communists. He's just worried about having to actually fight the communists. He talks a lot about the communists, but I don't think he was actually ready for us to go to war with the communists. You know what I'm saying? He's a Pete Bunny. He's not really built for war. If you put him on a battleship, I'm pretty sure he would burn down. So we got to keep him away from anything like that. All right. He just wants to fight the communists ideologically. All right. Peep's sleeping, and then he gets up, and all of a sudden the world has gone to hell. But yes, you can also, if you're in the UK, ladies and gentlemen, look for a reason to donate to The Big Issue. It's a charity that supports the homeless population in the UK. But it also can be something as simple as waving to someone on the street, ladies and gentlemen, or saying hello to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Yes, maybe you even want to donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and have them designated honorary towels forevermore. In that way, I believe it's possible we can live up to our tau eudaimonia, or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and therein change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. I believe it's possible because of you all, and in that way will bring about a new digital epoch from those small acts of service and kindness rippling outwards, defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel with Pete Bunny by his side. Yes, I'm so grateful, ladies and gentlemen, we got to spend time together today. We'll be back for another long day tomorrow. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I finished law school. Pete Bunny Towel's proud of me. He's going to go back to his nap until the world goes to hell. And if indeed there are developments, me and my anti-communist Pete Bunny Towel friend will be back today to update you. He's hoping that doesn't happen. That said, God bless you, Towel friends on the X, all 10K of you today. That's a big number over on the Towel X. A big number, 10K on the Towel X. Thank you very much to those of you who turned in. Towel loves you all very much. We'll be back after 8 a.m. tomorrow morning on Thursday, December 11th. Until then, be well. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Stay safe out there. Stay warm. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Find more from me, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis or x.com/GrantSmithEllis. I love you very much. Towel friends love you all very much. Until we see each other again, be well. God bless. Towel loves you. Towel friends on the YouTube, I'm tired. Done with law school. Finished for the day. We're closing out. Thank you for watching with me. God bless you. Thank you for being friendly in your wonderful discourse. Always disagreeing without being disagreeable. Agreeing without being disagreeable. It's what Towel loves to see. Towel loves you all dearly. See you bright and early in the morning. Cross your fingers. Pray for the United States. And let's get the damn commies. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Towel loves you all dearly. Until we see each other again. Be well, enjoy the rest of your Wednesday, God bless, and God protect the United States.